Okay, ready to go. Again, not really anything to talk about, so we're just going to get straight to it. So when last we left off, I did a bit of testing of shit. That's annoying. I forgot about that. I have played longer in or farther in personal game, just so I can remind myself of some shit that happens and crap. So let's see here. I think I'll keep the Venom Blade. It doesn't do Venom on strike, though. That's the only issue. I do like the Bloody Pact, but it's not giving me the bonus. I could take her Spinner's Blade and give it to my guy and have two of them, which +3 to the wielder's critical hit. What actually is the... It's agility bonus divided by 2. Okay. Because her agility's so high. Got it. I'll keep that on there. Definitely putting that on the Xenos wife. Putting that on there as well because single shot and deadeye shot critical hit chance is just good because the guns that I put on her, two of them that I know of, mainly you do the deadeye shot. So I've tested turning her into just a straight up like assassin. Doesn't seem to be working as I wish it would. She still has issues because from what I can tell, a base assassin is more single attack damage and she's more attack everything. So I might just keep her as executioner, just like I currently have her. I might respec myself because I think there's one thing that she has that, yeah, in Footsteps of Death. If I could give myself that, I don't know what I would take away for that though. Penalties do not stack. I could easily replace this. I mean, it's good. It's a good debuff, but I could easily replace that. And then just try to keep everything else mostly the same. I like acrobatic artistry. I think I want to keep Adrenaline Surge and all that stuff. I think Blinding Blades is the only thing I would want to swap out. And then get that one. That way, if my other party members, which I will more than likely be swapping Abelard out, because one, the Arch Militant isn't working. For him because he's not getting two different types of attacks. But I like having him. But he's not really working, and
death is my duty.
I really like Techman, and I really like having my Xenos. More than likely, Pasquale will probably stick with me until after we get Space Marine. I might trade him out with the Space Marine. I do want to keep the Sister of Battle, though. She always does really great. What we need to do, though, if it is not active, there is a thing in here Expand dialogue to include remote companions. I have that active. Good. That is so I can hear the dialogue of the people that aren't there. Because honestly, if you think about it, it makes no sense why we're only taking 6. I mean, right now, technically we have more than 6. Like, in the base game, we didn't have more than 6 at this moment because Hendrix left, so we had only our 6. Because Hendrix was the extra. But because it would be replacing her with Indira.
You?
But we should be having everyone follow. And the explanation I'm going to be using is similar to what somebody I read online because it makes sense for me. Basically, it's... Hold on. Oh, that's just the other side of the chainsword over there. I thought her normal blade had chain blade shit for a second. Ugh. But basically it's going to be that they are following, they're basically handling people on the outside. They're basically fighting people to keep us from being, you know, fully followed and shit. Anyways, we'll continue with this. The man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bones fixes his unblinking, bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, "The Emperor protects." A holy man, are you? Here are some alms. I have no need for baubles. Play with them yourself if they bring you joy. Money can buy neither peace nor salvation. And you must be the young von Valancius. The name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? You're saying Theodora was a transgressor? A woman of great gifts, but few considered virtue to be one of them. People whispered that power had corrupted her, made her believe that she was entitled to anything she wanted. It is known that she showed cordiality to Xenos, broke taboos, and violated dogmas. I'm going to be doing one of those. Then again, so do nearly all rogue traders. I mean, honestly, I don't hate Xenos. Like, all of them. As long as both sides can learn from each other. That is the issue. Like, I know our companion is going to be an outlier, but yeah. Rogue traders are the Emperor's anointed. I act at his command, as evidenced by his signature on my warrant. And did he grant it to you personally? The Emperor has entrusted his servants with the future of humanity, but people are too weak and flawed to provide themselves worthy of his trust. Only suffering can cleanse us, but we fear it and thus remain sullied. Persuasion. I make the sign of the Holy Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. He gives you a scrutinizing look, then his tone softens. Well, then be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. He looks at Argento, who's standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul, she says, nearly hissing with fury, and not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall Reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall Reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. That hurts, you dick. He smiles sadly. I know what it is that calls to you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. Not my dick, because Games Workshop won't allow us to romance a Sister of Battle, even though it is permissible. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on a path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, more dispossessed people on Footfall. They brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters. In the darkest corners, where the liege wardens do not venture, taint has taken root. Footfall is consummated by profanity. But even here, true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us, and wretched souls grow ever more eager to embrace heresy. Both on Footfall and elsewhere, its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiava Gamma, and just recently a transport ship by the name of Navika, teeming with refugees, arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realm. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedition, and such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed for Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in the dens of villainous. We have to verify this rumor, Reverend Hieronymus. With great pleasure, Argenta puts her hand on the stock of her weapon. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Calcroc Nagel, is there more you wish to ask of me? Nope. I must take my leave. The Emperor protects. That he does, for the most part.
Ready for dating.
Yep. Oops. Pressing the wrong buttons. There you
Stay sharp.
go. Okay, so... there's a thing over here I can do. We're gonna do it. A low hum of voices quiet, and a dozen gazes shift to you. The tall man with the shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings, you must be... Lord von Valancius. Your lordship, I heard about your arrival on Footfall, of course. And about Lady Theodora's passing. But I wasn't told you're not on the list. But that's not a problem, of course. Please, come in. Chaplain is about to begin. Ah, but we were waiting for one more attendee to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all been for nothing. Mumbling, the man excuses himself and joins the other attendees. Fidelio, You catch sight of something odd. Before stepping away from you, the man gestures subtly to a nearby servitor, giving it some kind of command. The servitor quickly removes the bottles of amnesiac and glasses set out for the attendees from a nearby table. He spiked the drinks. Look around. The gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the Legion's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they're covering the exit. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. I wonder who this Fidelio is, and why they can't start proceedings until he or she appears. Judging by the way the fellow with the list was talking about this individual, it's someone very important. But it's not a name I've heard before. I've never heard of the name before, either. Let's join them. See if there's anything of interest we can do here. Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations, the most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo. This loss, the fussy Administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice, and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praise of the late Master Borelio. 20 minutes pass. So let us pray. Let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Boreldo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. A formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer, then. But if you think that the Emperor, or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. Chaplain looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest. But the rest of you I know all too well. So go ahead and pray for Boreldo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees. Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns. He peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting. If it can be called such under these circumstances. Take a good look at them myself. The implants left in the deceased body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. Abelard, you know this man. Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrycan Dens, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Kronos Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh, yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when he came out of his latest attack. Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair. Well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally, by the throne. I would have danced a jig on the spot, but now I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? Oh, this is a very grand funeral for a pirate. Is this normal for Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals are so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum. A few paces away from the Liege residence, but no one's heard of Dez for so many decades. I barely recognized him myself, and I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bareldo? Belardo? Now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Belardo as one of the biggest donors to his temple. So he donated to a temple. Huh, interesting. Remembrance. Among the words of parting and praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out. Repentance, with a signature underneath, Fid. The letters are crabbed and barely illegible. There's an odd smell to the amnesiac. It's very likely that the drink has been poisoned. Yeah, that's what I figured. Hey, there's somebody hiding behind there. Hello.
Data meditation is terminated.
I didn't click you. I clicked her. The girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, Hello. Who are you and what are you doing here? Hiding. She hesitates for a moment. I thought I was going to cry and I didn't want anyone to see. My name is Adelia Belardo. It's my grandpa in there. In the box. Argenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass. The strength will return. And your courage will never leave you. Adelia tries to smile, then just nods seriously. If you do not wish to be parted with your forefather, then sever his head, embalm it, and put it in your bed. Cabella's voice sounds mundane, like she is explaining the most basic things. Speak to him before you go to sleep, and after you wake up, and that way he will stay with you. What? Adela shrinks away fearfully, looking at you for protection. Dear, don't listen to the lady. The lady is nuts. Like, properly off her rocker. Listen to your elders, eat your breakfast, and don't cut off your grandpa's head. Or your parents. My dad is Cass Belardo. He's with the guests. And my mum ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest. She presses her lips together and lets out a quiet, very unchildlike sigh. Have you ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad is very mad at, but Dad is always mad at everyone. At Grandpa, Mum, Dagon, Chaplain. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. That word kept appearing in our house, and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it, but then later when I was a little bigger, and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing, and after that, when he got sick... She stops, her big eyes glisten with tears. When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, repentance, repentance. Even in his bedroom. One time he pointed at the word and said something very weird about dead eyes. And about cobras going to class. Abelard, who is looking at her with sympathy, narrows his eyes. What did you say? Cobras going to class. Are you sure that is what your grandfather said? Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him, and this one time he just started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was also a little funny. Cobras get to class, he said. Abelard strokes his beard. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I am almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra-class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see. Maybe. Someone left some strange words in the Book of Remembrance, as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. Huh. That would have been a funny prank. Her eyes lighten up a little. But I don't play pranks. It was somebody else. Maybe Fidelio did it very quietly, or maybe it was someone who's not on the list, but also somebody nobody would suspect. Must take my leave. Interesting. Ceremony guests. Chaplain. Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Chaplain gives you a respectful nod. May Saint Drusus protect you from illness and misfortune. I'm surprised to see a noble figure such as yourself here. Did you know Master Bareldo? No, came here by chance. Then I will consider this a stroke of good luck. Dens would be chuffed to have someone of your standing at his funeral. Given your speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees? I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me. Doubt it. So I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal: to bite a chunk out of Dens' estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves, but Chaplain grimaces. It's just that I'm sickened by the thought of such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is a drunk and a weakling. His friend, Dagon, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off with the family yacht in the direction of the mall, while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking young fellows. That sucks. Thanks. I gotta go. And I could bring up that he's a pirate. Actually, yeah. So he was a pirate. Chaplain chuckles. The scars on his face grow even more prominent. Do you know why they call me Chaplain? It's because I was the priest on Dens' ship in those wilder days. If you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There are plenty of heretic scum among the pirates in the Expanse, but Dens was not one of them. He was a true believer, and he shared more of the Imperium's ideals than some of those stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will. Don't we owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that? And the ones he robbed were mostly types that no true subject of the Imperium would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics. Not all of them, of course, but the Emperor will judge if Dens was a decent man. Oh, there's a trap there. Ooh, some goods. Loot it. Yes, trade goods. Cass Belliardo. A man of intermediate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Your lordship, it must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here. Surely a figure as great as yourself won't allow for a terrible injustice to happen. The man grimaces. It appears that obsequiousness does not come easily to him. We haven't been introduced. Pardon me. Cass Bilardo. I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased. He sends a mocking salute in the direction of the coffin. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death. If I was the one lying in that box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either. Cass bites out with a sudden necessity. He takes a moment to call himself. A son's feelings are complicated. I wasn't a good son. Old Dens wasn't a good father. But I do miss him in my own way, yes. He always seemed timeless to me, not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are. Did your father ever talk to you about repentance? That's hilarious. Even good old Chaplin doesn't tell me to repent. He gave up on me long ago. And my old dad, he gave up on me long before that. He laughs nervously. Wait. You mean that repentance? The stupid ghosts or whatever it was? I'm pretty sure my father did it himself, the senile old kook. Maybe it was my daughter messing around? Where else could those words have come from? What words are you talking about? Oh, you don't know. Out of the blue, writing started appearing on a wall in our house. Just one word, repentance. Big, sprawling scribbles like a child's handwriting. The first one appeared about, 10 or so years back. The help kept whispering about it being the work of ghosts. Whew. But for some reason the old man didn't want to do anything about it, and he told me not to. The writing amused him somehow. Whenever he'd see repentance scratched on the wall, he'd just grin. Adira turns to you and shakes her head. It'd be good to take a look at that writing, but if I had to guess, it doesn't sound like warp influence to me. If something really did take up residence in the house, it would have made a bigger splash in 10 years. Like a dozen corpses be. What did Bordello die of? Boreldo die of? Age, debauchery, old wounds. By the end, my dad was more implant than man. Especially after the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, you see, about 12 years ago. And what's this injustice I'm supposed to prevent occurring? Well, he grimaces, the lawful heir is being robbed of his inheritance. My dear father left his entire fortune down to the last coin to some nobody, a certain Fidelio, who hasn't even bothered to come to his funeral. And I'm left with nothing. Do you think it's fair? Your nobility, you of all people, must realize how wrong and unacceptable this situation is. So I thought, maybe you could lend me a hand somehow, for the sake of friendship with the future keeper of the Bordello fortune. Me. And for the sake of justice, of course. Why'd your father disinherit you? As if I know, the old man wasn't a heart-to-heart sort of person. Right up until the announcement of his last will and testament, I had no idea he'd put me in the doghouse. Who is Fidelio? I have absolutely no idea. Zero. There's a will, there's a name, that's it. Maybe there's my father's Biblo? Maybe they're my father's Biblo? Some brother or sister I never knew I had? Maybe they're a whore who brightened his final days. I get the feeling that old louse captain knows. Or Chaplain knows. He's always known more about father's business than any of us, but he's keeping quiet. What kind of assistance do you seek from me? Your lordship, I've never been in the presence of a person of your status, let alone talked to one. But I thought, maybe you could impose your will on the matter of the inheritance. It would be great to find out who this Fidelio is, too. True, but that's nothing. That's just my curiosity. I'll consider it. Your lordship, thank you. I don't know how to thank you for your kindness, but I'll definitely try if it all works out. Do you deserve the inheritance, though, or do I deserve the inheritance? I could talk to Dagon. Let's see what the chaplain says to say. Do you have anything new to say? Nope. Okay. Do you have anything new to say, chaplain? So Bellardo has left all his worldly possessions to a certain Fidelio. Who is this mysterious person? I haven't the faintest idea, and I think that no one present knows either. Or 24 hired killers would have already begun a manhunt for this Fidelio. Wherever they may be hiding. This is, after all, a significant inheritance, and the other clanmates are not exactly pleased at being left out of the will. Chaplain's eyes narrow a little. I can see that you're intrigued. I must say that I am too, ever since I heard of my friend's death. I couldn't stop thinking about the mystery of his will. You have the von Valancius name and title. Perhaps you can pull out more out of the guests here than I could. Here is the only clue I've got. Dens mentioned the name Fidelio to me only once. It was a long time ago. He was very drunk. He latched onto my robe and said, I hope that these are his exact words, I owe Fidelio. If not for the repentance. How strange. Aren't you Master Bellardo's confessor, Chaplain? How could anyone other than you have told him to repent? I didn't, that's for sure. I can't imagine what he meant by it. I would like to discuss what I've been able to uncover in regards to the mysterious Fidelio. So not long before his death, Dens mentioned something about Deadeye's looking at him. That is strange. Who could have looked at him like that in his own home? Some errant servo skull that was passing by? Maybe it's nothing more than a dying man's delusions. There's an entry in the Book of Remembrance about repentance. The writing looks fresh. Could Fidelio have left it? Ha! That's odd. I've been watching the guests, and I know everyone here. If you're not Fidelio, then no one here is Fidelio. Well, unless they were able to get in undetected. The area around the book is completely open. If Chaplain is telling the truth, and he really does know all the guests by sight, then the words could only have been left by someone with free run of the courtyard. Someone who wouldn't attract attention. I have serious reason to suspect that someone here wanted to kill Fidelio. Of course they did, and they still do. And they will keep trying. Inheritance is no trifle, after all. And the climates are not exactly the placid types. He shrugs as if he's talking about something mundane. So, Dens mentioned Fidelio and repentance. Yes, but what could it mean? I think I might know the answer. I'm listening. It could be a name. The name of a ship, for example. Chaplain's eyes flash momentarily. A ship called the Repentance. I'm not sure, but you might be right. Now that you've said that, I've remembered an interesting detail. About 12 years ago, there was an attempt on Dens's life. Not many could have even gotten close to him, let alone wounded him, but that assassin was a master of her craft. Dens was always a hardy fellow, and that's what saved him. That and his trusty implants, but the medics pretty much had to put him back together from scratch. When he finally emerged from the hands of the Sawbones, months after the attempted assassination, he kept chuckling about her being a sharp one, and that she was really angry at him for burning her father and her husband. I don't recall. He was a ship captain. I vaguely remember that conversation, but I'm almost certain that the ship was called the Repentance, and that Dens even knew the names of the captain and the proud would-be Avenger. The woman's name was Leona, or something like that, and her last name, I wouldn't be surprised if it sounded similar to Fidelio. So you think this woman is our Fidelio? It's my best guess. Let me remind you what he said. I owe Fidelio, if not for the Repentance. Who else could have been indebted to if not a vengeful daughter? Or lover, or whoever she was. If a captain he'd killed, it would be a very Dens thing to do, to leave all the money not to his wimp of a son, not to his idiot first mate, but to the cunning lass who almost killed him. What happened to the woman? She got away after the attempt, but I do know that Dens sent mercenaries after her almost immediately. Whether he found her or not, that I do not know. It seems unlikely he did, because if he had settled the score with her, he wouldn't then go and put her in his will, would he? Well, looks like we've cleared up the repentance part. Seems so. If we've guessed right, all that's left is Fidelio and the will. Let's go over everything we know. Den supposedly left his possessions to Fidelio, a woman who wanted to take revenge on him for killing the captain of the ship Repentance. The word repentance is written in the Book of Remembrance, and the entry is new. Does this mean that Fidelio is somewhere close by? We also know something about dead eyes, and the fact that the courtyard is completely open. I don't think an unknown person could have gotten in here and left those words in the book. Well, Lord von Valancius, now it's all in your hands. I'm no sleuth, and I don't know what to do with all these clues. If you have some thought about Fidelio's whereabouts, find her. If not, come back to me. We still need to send Dens on his way and deal with the matter of his estate. Dead eyes. Maybe one of the servitors? Ooh, some goods. Give me the trade goods. Yes. Even more trade goods. And a shotgun. And body glove. Property of House Belliardo.
Marching ahead.
You have nothing new to say. Do you have anything new to say? Nope. Stay away from the coffin. So the only other one person. Oh! Oh, that's a servitor. Okay. If you don't know what to look for, it would be easy to overlook the servitor, which may have once been a woman. The servitor's implants, the mechanical nature of its movements, the empty gaze, it's all there, but repentance. The single word causes the servitor's body to twist in a violent spasm. Something akin to a sob or a growl builds in its throat, and its mechanical appendages jerk convulsively. Chaplain's tall figure appears next to you. So this is our heir, right? He pauses, mulling it over, then gestures for the administratum clerk who gave the opening speech to approach. The inventory of Jez's possession. What does it say about this servitor? Let's see here. Let's see. One moment. Section B1740. Personal effects of the deceased. Subsection servitors. Here it is. Oh, this is a rare one of a kind unit. Commissioned personally by Master Bellardo 12 years ago. The main function of the servitor is cleaning the house, bedrooms, vestibules, bathrooms. In accordance with Master Bellardo's wishes, its free will was completely eradicated, and the parts of its brain that regulate pleasure responses were destroyed. But to a large extent, its memory and awareness were preserved. That's horrifying. Is everything clear to you now? I believe so. Didn't I tell you that Dens, after he survived the assassination attempt, sent a whole squad of mercenaries to hunt down the woman who tried to kill them? Looks like he found her. Chaplain nods at the servitor. She was allowed to keep her memory and some semblance of awareness, so I suppose the mysterious writing of repentance, both here and in the book and back at Denz's home, was done by her. The question that remains, of course, is why would Denz decide to make a servitor his heir? This is either his last and cruelest joke, or an incredibly ham-fisted attempt to make amends on his deathbed. I'd like to believe that it's the former. Can a servitor even inherit? This matter requires further investigation. We'll have to go over the codices, bylaws, statutes, regulations from the last 400 years or so. The clerk pales a little, but we'll find an answer sooner or later. Or we could ask von Valancius to settle the matter in the name of his dynasty. This is footfall, after all. If a rogue trader says that a servitor can inherit, then that's how it's going to be. Summon everyone. It's time to decide the fate of Belardo's estate and that of their heir. As you wish, Lords Captain. This ought to be good. I would ask the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. I was going to announce Denz's last will and testament after he was delivered onto the flames, but the circumstances dictate otherwise. And so, according to the deceased's will, all of Belardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in the process. He looks straight at you and chuckles. Hey, cow. Who among you knows this woman? What about the story of the ship named Repentance? I wish to hear it all. That's the cleaner servitor from her house. What's there to know about her? Her only outstanding quality is that it's hilarious how she wobbles and flaps her grabbers about when you kick her out of the way. I don't know about the servitor. I've got better things to do in my life than look at the furniture. And the ship, I think there was one Cobra by that name or something similar. We were pretty, gentle with it. Boarded it, I mean. Denz was on top of his game that day. After the battle, he dragged their captain to the bridge, all tied up, sat him on the table with us. We were going through the captain's amnesiac. So, you're sure you want to hear everything? Address Fidelio's servitor. Today, you will watch your enemies die. Casperado and the first guest were... This is falling to his knees. Mercy! I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not a pirate, not a cutthroat, just a harmless drunk and a single father to boot. Cass, get out of my sight. The rest of you, prepare to die. It's time to purge the world of some of its pirate scum. It's going good. We're about to fight some pirates. Dirtbags! This is the last time I deal with nobles.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Challenging me was a mistake.
None of them.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's put you there. Abelard, you go over here to try and take that position, block that off. Assassin, you come over here. Block them. You come up here. Argenta. Right there. And then me. I'm good where I'm at. Let's fucking go. Cassia. Let's go. Off me. I am most deserving of the buffs. AoE, thank you. I should have debuffed them first, but I wanted to make sure I get that off. Debuff. Okay, Cabela. There's some guys over here. I want you to take care of them for me. Dance, Cabello, dance! Jump.
The shadows will see it.
And then reverse.
Come, the other side awaits.
That puts her right back over there. Yay. And then we will throw blood on the ground. And we will exsanguinate.
Let's get to it.
I get to go. Yay. Buff time. Iron arms. Inflame myself. Make the flames permanent. Move over here. No, one more. One more. I don't want to get Argenta in the middle of it. Jump over here. Kill you.
Not my area of expertise.
And turn. Good, good.
Let's make it quick.
How dare you shoot Cassia? Argenta, go there.
In battle.
Run and gun. Rapid fire. Set them on fire.
As the Emperor commands.
High momentum.
Watching VOD for the Phase Connect 3D concert. Okay, that's fine. I get it. I'm not good enough. No, I'm just joking. Hit those with the... Put one also on that. AoE with plasma gun. Kill those three in one blast. Oh. Aw, why did those two not die? Assholes. 42% chance to hit. Do it. Yeah! That's what we like to see, Pasquale. Did you just walk away to charge at Argenta? You douchebag. Okay. Abelard, go here. You're gonna go take care of these guys. Can't charge you, but I can charge you. AoE.
You to dust.
Go ahead. Just force you to stay at fucking Abelard.
Out of my way. Hold on.
Oh no, the sniper tried a point blank shot and it didn't work. Who could have guessed? Why is the chaplain not doing anything? Why is he just standing there? Douchebag. Okay, Cassia, head over here. Get covered in blood, that's good. Hit Cabela with the buff. Warp curse that guy. And throw a debuff on him, for good measure. Then give me another turn.
I'll paint your death in colors. expect this.
More poison. More poison. Why am I getting extra attacks? Why am I getting extra attacks? Why is my attacks not ending my turn? I mean, I'm happy it wasn't ending my turn, but I don't understand how that was happening. Meow. And jump to the other side.
So done. You clearly are outmatched.
Clearly. And come up here. Oh, that's Cassia? Oh shit. Fuck. I didn't mean to put Cassia right there. Oh well. No.
Let your soul be purged.
And then I get to go. Okay. Good. And then I think there's just that one over there. Yeah, Pasquale should be able to get that guy. Oh, come on. Pasquale! I swear to God.
Time to slaughter.
Oh, there's still a sniper. Cassia, you want to go stare at them? Make them feel ashamed. Make them feel ashamed and die. Dens would approve of a funeral like this. Now what? What are we gonna do with Fidelio? The servitor woman is standing still. It feels as if her dead eyes are staring at Dagon's corpse, but it could be mere coincidence. Take care of her, chaplain. Let her live her life as peaceful as possible. There's still the unresolved matter of the inheritance. The rightful heir can't exactly make use of it, as you can see. And thanks to your hard work, the other clients are no more claims to lay. Want to take the fortune for yourself? I think Dens would say you're welcome to it. He liked people like you. People with gumption. Fuck yeah, give me the inheritance. I don't feel... I wish I could just take her onto my ship and be like, okay, we'll put you to work and it'll be nice, simple work. Take care of her, chaplain. Let her live the rest of her life as peacefully as possible. I will spare no effort. Now, the chaplain looks at the coffin. It's time to say goodbye to my old friend. I imagine the crematorium has got its furnaces up and running already, but I feel it would be kind of sad to just shove Dens in there like that. He was known as Jerry Can Dens, and he loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerry can of promethium on footfall. Gumption is a funny word? Yeah. Abelard nods in approval. Fitting. Chaplain gives you a sidelong glance. Want to stay and watch? Sure. Oh, let's get started, I guess. You also have 2 fragmentation grenades on there. I mean, if I have to go, that's how I would want to go too. Goods. Pasquale unlock. Go.
Let's seize the moment.
Pasquale, use the cogitator. Let's jump over. Goods. We have a great sword and commander's monocle. When an ally under the effect of the wearer's voice of command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, the attack deals an extra additional 9% damage. That could be good, depending on how I use it. Just a dead body, okay. Numerous wounds and injuries indicate that this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blades. Weird. See, is there anything else? Let's see. There's a guy over here hawking about Xenos, but I don't think
Because
he has
Barragan trades
Xenos.
Xeno artifacts on footfall.
Oh,
They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
and there's more goods to be gained. Give me. Give me. How do I get up here? Aha! Another cogitator. Pasquale, do your job. Grab the goods. All allies in a 2-cell radius around the wearer gain a 40% bonus to resolve from unyielding beacon ability instead of the original bonus. I don't know what the unyielding thing is, so not gonna do that. Punish the Xenos, a coin for a go. This young man is clearly making every effort to look dapper, as fashionable clothes are particularly new and his hair is well groomed. What ruins the impression is the poorly scrubbed off oil stains from his leaky implant and the fit of the jacket, which was clearly made for somebody else. He gives you a beaming smile and says, his voice ringing, "Your lordship, what an incredible honor! This humble collection is hardly likely to impress you, a rogue trader, conqueror of the stars, but it is the best one on footfall." What kind of collection is this? Dangerous, vicious, ruthless Xeno beasts, caught red-handed as they were attempting to commit evil against the Imperium. But right now they're harmless. Our cages can withstand their rage, but I wouldn't recommend getting too close. Those aren't Xenos. Those are mutants in makeup. The man's smile dims, but only for a moment. Not Xenos, you say? I'm sure there must be some mistake. I will check the shipping lift myself, rest assured. His words are oozing with greenish-yellow hues. I do not think the promise will be kept. Such entertainment is lucrative precisely because billions of Imperium subjects have never encountered a Xenos in their life. Ignorance and curiosity create colossal demand. That's what I was taught, and I can see that the lesson was truthful. I demand the abuse be stopped and all captives freed. The man's cheerfulness fades a little, and he instantly offers you a respectful bow. As your lordship wishes. No need to fret, I will release them all immediately. We'll see how long that lasts. It's not going to be long. Okay, let's go to the Legis place. I do have other places to go, but this will also unlock us access the start of our other companion. My patience, you remember the way out? Dismissed. The tall man is austere gray clothes, makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Vladium, what has he put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an Imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman, who is standing with her back to you, lets out an ostentatious sigh. Then her tone changes dramatically. Where is my cargo, Vladium? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days. So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hey, Dari, move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lower voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Amescius, and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get a chance next time. First an insult and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads towards the door. As she passes by you, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, and then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Oh, who was that and what did they do? Ah, that's what you did. I see now. Also, what the fuck was up with that name? Mr. Band person. The tall man who has long since noticed your presence is studying you intently. Vladium Tokara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly. Let's go. Please, follow me. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Takara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gesture curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you in turn this whole time. Vladium straightens his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, "Let us talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord Von Valancius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate." Thank you, Liege. Terrible loss for all of us. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. It was a bold move on your part to announce yourself as the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty, despite not yet having your status confirmed by anyone of importance from the Imperium. I appreciate such traits in people. It's good to understand who you're dealing with. Upon noticing Cabela, Vladium quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden movements, he wipes his glasses and, as if absently minded, puts a hand under the table. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. What's the situation in this region? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and the fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Kronos Expanse has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threats. There has been no word from them for a while now. And again, with the distance and the current issues with the astropaths, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts led me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Chronos Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. We got Space Marines out here. Interesting. Could they perhaps be Space Wolves? Who was that woman that was thrown out? Vladium's expression hardens and he makes a frustrated gesture. A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Hidari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. It's strange. A small-time hustler, even a particularly auspicious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant. Since I am the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. Have there been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board them would make for a decent fighting force. And that's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's customs office. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. Vladium freezes, gauging a reaction. I do not approve of fear of Xenos tech. One must understand the enemy. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, some incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters. Impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate's den. But believe me when I say there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasms. Behind the carefree built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears that this man is not used to losing control, but that is exactly what is happening. I can tell they've been a real pain for you. I bet you'd love to gut those jokers, wouldn't you? Come on, admit it. You would, wouldn't you? A shark-like smile appears on Vladium's face, bloody and vicious. Back where I grew up, they called it throwing someone for a loop. They carve a particular sign onto the person's forehead, then load them alive into a slag disposal chute and send them out into the orbit of the station. Every 30 years, we clean the orbit and count how many stiffs bearing which signs have been floating around. You have no idea how much I want to throw those little thugs for a loop like in the good old days. Cabela gives him a thin smile. You are far more interesting than you seem at first glance, Liege. Vladim responds with a vague smile of his own. Yes, I am the most amusing man on this station, my lady. What sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. We have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calyx sector has been extremely unstable. If the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. Their jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You have heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Chronos Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladium's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw. Almost like all the shit happening currently in 40 Cadia. And this brings us to the main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issue didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valancius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally, I tried contacting the other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. And as for the steamed Caligos winter scale, instead of food shipment from him, I received the transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would only worsen the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. So Footfall is cut off from all its shipments, the local gangs are running wild, and the local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. Are you positive you're in control of the situation? Vladium listens with a stony expression. You are very perceptive. Well, now you know what you're buying. The situation is difficult, but should you decide to offer your support, you'll forget about the existence of trading hubs other than Footfall, because you won't have more loyal friends anywhere else. So what sort of terms... what are the terms of this deal? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile worlds, Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the Von Valancius Protectorate, in exchange for fair payment. Now, I know this is iconoclast, and I could be like, I have no interest in obtaining favors or becoming your patron, only serving the people's life. I'm not going to go that far. We have to be a little bit realistic here. The payment won't be unfair, as I will be robbing you blind, but you will remain in charge. Do we have a deal? That is reasonable business proposal. I wouldn't have even gotten that much from the esteemed Incendia Cordia. She would have both robbed us and asserted her own authority. So I agree. He pauses, then adds with a dry smile. You're a dangerous man, your lordship. What's happening in the Shadow Quarter? Why is there a quarantine? Oh, that, he grimaces. Who knows? It could be an actual epidemic, or perhaps two families that started it all just came down with food poisoning at the same time. We're on a space station. The best solution here is to isolate the area and wait for the problem to resolve itself. I wish to help the people in the quarantine zone. I'll have medicine delivered to them from my ship. I can't bar you from doing so, but I can't help but note that it's not the wisest course of action. With all due respect, your lordship. I'd like to know more about the Anvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with? He grits his teeth slightly before answering. I've been using all my resources to delay the momentum when the situation is hit by famine. When the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to the Ambers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter. Other matters deserve my attention, and I won't take up any more of your time. No, fuck. Let me go talk to him again. I need to... He's one of the trade people. What does one make a few deals on the station? Here, I am the main dealer on the station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest to a few people of note. For example, Reverend Hermonius Trosso, the servant of the Ecclesiarchy, is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains. The other traders don't seem too keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octavia in the establishment called the Adeptus Amescius. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common Footfall rabble, not discerning clientele. I have interested in your wares. I am at your service. You can expect the most generous discounts. Let's see. Give me all that shit. We get a stub revolver. Just a simple one. Dari plasma grenades. Give me more med kits. Give me this. I need this. The Hexfire rifle. I need to get 66 stuff, but select tradable. Trade everything. Sorry, had something tip over that shouldn't be tipped over. Yeah, that's about it for now. That doesn't even get me to this shit. But we will get more stuff later. So we got the trading there. Now we just leave, and I'm
Venture
sure
forth.
nothing bad will happen to us as we leave this place. Lord Captain, I am pleased to report that the inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instructions, and there's also a number of issues that need to be addressed. Yeah, we'll deal with that when we get back. We have a couple things to do on the station. We have a thing to do for a Sister of Battles person, a couple other things. A well-groomed young man calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dresses in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Your lordship, I humbly ask for a minute of your time. I am Bastian Inderima Bastila Cordia, youngest cousin of House Cordia, envoy of Incendia Bastila Cordia, rogue trader of the Kronos Expanse, by the grace of his most holy emperor. Cordia. They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Kronos Expanse, but not on Footfall. The station is under control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we are about to hear a most curious offer, says Abelard under his breath that only you can hear him. What do you wish to speak to me about? A matter of utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladim almost certainly appeared to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valancius Protector is famed for its abundance of its main agri-world Janus. It would be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Cordia dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We've already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling, I imagine, in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Cordia dynasty believes, the man smiles and gives a slight shrug, that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladim, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Cordia dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contracts, as well as certain other prerequisites. Everybody benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servant should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profits among themselves, Argenta says disapprovingly, but quietly enough as not to interrupt the negotiations, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your Behind your smile, Master Bastian, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valancius? Adira, who was yawning in boredom a moment ago, flinches and clenches her face, her fingernails digging into her skin. They're coming. Again, brothers are the ones who came before. I just don't get it. Do they all have a death wish? Appreciate the wording, Adira. What? Bastian stares at you in surprise and turns around.
Your execution is assured.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Argenta goes there. Pasquale goes there. There. You go there. You go there. You go there, and I go here. Oh, I can't go there. I can't move that far, apparently. Which is bullshit. Burn! Rapid fire. And fire.
Escape the Emperor's justice.
Oh, you didn't hit that one, no. Damn it, Argenta. That's fine.
Here we go.
You did fine, Argenta. Though sometimes accuracy is a negative. That dumbass. Okay. Cassia, go here. Give me a boost. Can't reach those guys. It's fine. Just go ahead and kill that one.
Another foe painted black.
There you go.
Show me what you've got.
They're shooting themselves! The madmen! I'm rushing forward. Buff. Light myself on fire. Make the fire permanent. Jump there. Shit. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Go there. Pasquale gets all bloody. We like a bloody Pasquale. Go ahead and select you as a hunt target. Select you as a hunt target. Anyone else I can select as a hunt target? Yes, you. Yeah, sure. Buff. Only a 27% chance to hit, but worth it. There we go.
Let's get to it.
Yes, try to melee me. I'm sure that'll work out just well for you. Fucker, stun grenade. Why do they double stun grenade? I never understood why that was allowed. Haha. Charge. Everyone here will fight Abelard.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Oh no, you sent one guard to help us. It's gonna be so helpful. Yes, great, wonderful, awesome. Flamethrower. Nyam. Wait, you dodged. You didn't get hurt, but you were. I fucking hate how that sometimes happens. Go ahead and activate that.
Out of my way!
Oh, I could have gotten an extra attack, too. Shit. You go after the sniper.
Caught by the web.
Not gonna do that, so let's just have Cassia move up. Buff you. Give you an extra 2 attacks.
Isn't this a job
Aha.
for the serfs?
Which allows another dance. Which allows us to jump over here. Can't jump again, but I can use the ult to
Let
kill
not
you.
the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. I'm here, maggots.
Oh, right, I was stunned. Right. Oh no, I can dodge you. Whatever will you do? Abelard, smash him.
Hold on!
Hey, even more guards that we don't really need. Argenta, try to run back and help Abelard. Misclicked, that's fine.
A
Move
dance
there.
of blades and shadows.
Blood vial!
Let your soul.
I mean, we only have this one person. Might as well just keep Abelard there. Abelard. Step back here. Charge. In.
Target well struck.
And then Thunderhammer. Yes. And loot everyone. 'Cause all loot is good loot. Sector 2, watch your back, make sure you're not being followed. That sounds very suspicious. Sniper rifle and Auspex, plus 10 bonus to awareness. Is there anyone I'm keeping with me that could equip that? You could equip that. Just better awareness for people around. Some loot over here. I need to pursue athletics. And then we can grab the loot. Pasquale, go open that rusted chest. More loot. Good.
Stay sharp.
Good, good, good. Okay, so I think everything else is in the Shadow Quarter. Well, I thought I grabbed everything. Apparently I did not. What's that? And increased damage from flame weapons by 3. Sure, I'll take it. So, almost done with Footfall. Once we're done with Footfall, we're going to make a beeline for Janice, mostly. Because I want to get the Xenos companion, because I like her, because she's awesome, because it's one of the few times you can have a romance that isn't sexual in nature, like in the core nature of it. Because almost every time you do a romance, it always goes that way. And I'm not a prude. I'm all for it. It's fine. But I also like having that as an option. The more spiritual, the more mental connection, instead of just a physical connection between the characters. Argenta gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus' request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in Footfall's Shadow Quarter. Seemed weighed down by something. What? No! Argenta shakes her head and rubs her temples tiredly. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here in Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I am as ready as to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. If something's troubling you, perhaps I can help. Argenta shoots you a wary look. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long, and I will have to start from the beginning. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of the reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly. And although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flowed by in real space. That is terrifying. When at last I arrived on Footfall, it felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the mall. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need for my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calyx seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed. Yes, a sign almost important showed me the right path. But it's not something I can speak of like this, on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her, and that was the end of my languishing in this place. We must keep going. Sinister symbols. We can't see that one, but I know it points this way, because I kind of know where I'm going. I'm lucky I do, because trying to find this, I ended up, like, stumbling around a bit. Nope, not that door. I believe it is this door, the dark hideout. Nope. This is the other one. This is one for the Anvers. Which, I mean, we can take care of the Anvers first. There's nothing saying we can't do that. Skip that door.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Goods. Always collect the goods. The man with a shaggy mop of dark hair is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here is. And yet he is unmistakably the leader. He takes a step towards you. He chuckles. He spreads his arm wide in a welcoming gesture. My guests! What a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. If I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth, which you will choose then? Words or fire and metal? You already know the answer, heretic. Argenta grasps her weapon. Abelard, would you kindly inform this bandit vermin what we've come to execute? Abelard glowers menacingly and says in his best officer voice, by the order of the head of the von Valancius dynasty, a fully recognized rogue trader with all the attendant rights and privileges, including authority on footfall, you riffraff are hereby sentenced to death. May the Emperor have mercy on your souls, for we will show none. The man cringes. Bloated old masters of the universe, who don't realize that their time has passed. You think you could scare me? Do you even know what our name means, outsiders? Footfall calls us Anvers. They do not stop to look and listen and learn. The man pauses, then half closes his eyes and proclaims in crude but clear High Gothic, Auxilio nam venit. Help will not come. The maw has closed. The Chronos expanse is on its own now. A new era has come, and we are its sovereigns.
Challenging me was a mistake.
You asked for it.
Okay, Argenta there. Cassia. There. Abelard. You're coming down here. Pasquale. Have a good clear view of a lot of people. Blade Dancer Assassin. Move up. And then me move up. No. Yep, Toxin. We're gonna have to deal with that. That's fine. We will deal with that. Move there. Run and gun. Okay, set those guys on fire. That one should have been set on fire too. Fuck you. Rapid fire. That really is kind of the main problem with Argenta going this way, is that she gets a bit too good at her shooting with the bolter and rapid fire, and it's supposed to be a spread, but like, no, it fucking...
Cogitation failed.
Oh, you can't. Okay. Let's have you move down here. Maybe then you'll be able to activate it and hit some people. Yeah. I'm guessing it needs to have you in it. Blow them away. Okay, you didn't blow them away like I wanted you to. That's fine, Pasquale. That's fine. And it could have been better. And are you in sight? No, you're not in sight, but you're in sight, so I will hit you.
Here we go. Let's get to
How dare you, assholes! No, 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 not there. Jump right there. Turn on the ventilation. Thank you. No, they do not get their defense buff. Or they shouldn't get their defense buff because all the toxin has been gone now. Dance! Exsanguinate myself. Choose you.
I will not die in dishonor.
Okay, for me, run up here. Jump to the other side. Huzzah! Buff. Set on fire. Make fire permanent. Dance, water, dance. It almost seems like it was a bad idea for you guys to fight me. Who would have thought, huh? Abelard, rush over there. AoE smash those two. Didn't kill them, but that's fine. Charge that guy.
Let's get to it.
There is only death.
How dare you get
Yours
3
or
attacks?
Scared yet?
Okay, Cassia. Come down here. Burn, you bastards! Why is nobody dying? Why are they getting so many attacks? The fuck was that?
My vow is fast momentum, but in execution.
That's 5 attacks. 6 attacks. Why the fuck was that guy able to do 6? What the fuck? I hate you. Oh god, Cabela. I don't know why you suddenly fucking exploded,
I
but
am your blade and shield.
sadly I had to take away your bleeding because you were dying. I really need to respec him a little bit to give him that thing that she has so she can move a lot.
I will do my duty.
Okay, everyone, focus on Abelard.
Hold on. Here
Oh, hi.
we go.
Totally forgot you existed, my guy. Fucking serious. Okay. I'm just gonna give you an extra turn. Just kill that fucker, please. Open your eyes! Thank you. Haha.
Let's seize
And
the
we leveled
moment.
up. Good. Let's loot everything first. What we got there? At the start of the war's turn, the game plus 20 dodge until the end of round. That's good unless I got something else. Pirate's Eye Patch. Plus 20 coercion, but minus 5 awareness. Maw's Pattern Hand Flamer. Lots of loots. Let's see, there's nothing else up here, right? Okay, nothing else up here, but
Onward
I do
to
know there's
victory.
something over here. Loot and loot. I do need to change a thing, but I can do that after I'm done with all this shit. So on the main, the MC, I need to put a, why Archmilitant? What the fuck? Oh. Do Psycher Majoris. Yeah, I need to do that. Increase my psychic abilities for you. I'm gonna be respecking you if I ever use you again. So that's fine. Cassia. Perilous Ways. I do kind of... So I have Walking Nightmare. I have that. When does she next get one of her skills? One of her actual action. All the way there. So once I get that... I'll do Notch of Purpose and then Point of Curiosity. Because also, thinking about it, because Veril brought it up to me, kind of that he was using these. I might actually respec her. Because Walking Nightmare and Warp Curse are good, but they're only one person. And right now, I'm more AoE than one person. But I might keep it that way. But I'll get Notch of Purpose and Point of Curiosity. I think maybe what I need to... The Waking Nightmare. Maybe keep... I think I'll respec her. Get the Notch of Purpose and the Point of Curiosity. Because all enemies in a 6-cell radius from the target point must pass a willpower resistance check or immediately move 3 cells towards the point. The target moved, even if they are stunned or immobilized. It's only 3-cell movement, but that's still, 3 cells. And then with this, 4 damage plus 1 for every cell, so 4, 5, 6, 7 at max. Immediate damage, so for little guys, it does a lot of damage. Plus, it kind of helps clump people together for our AoE shit. Share the spoils. You. All moving, all bleeded enemies have bloody trail on the ground which remains for 1 round. No. I'm not sure if that's actually better for her right now. I don't know what her Medicae is. I don't know if I took the thing that makes her Medicae go off of weapon skill or not. I might have, because that would be good to give her just more HP. Hardened Body would be really good. Invigorating Scrams would also be really good. But I'll take Hardened Body. Militant. Might go ahead and just respec Cassia and myself, because there is something I wanted to change for myself. Exploit Weakness would also be good, because I do have things that lower armor. Not just me, but like Cassia, him. Because, like, exposed weakness would definitely affect. And then I think there is a weapon I can get at some point that can, like, lower armor per hit, and then a bunch of other shit. So I am gonna go ahead and me respec. So we want athletics, yes. Death from above, yes. Blade dance, yes. For this, I think I was also gonna get rid of blinding blades because that doesn't really help me. Let me go ahead and get Psyker Minoris. Biophysical distortion. Agility. Do acrobatic artistry because I do actually really like that because that can help a lot. Athletics. Agility. Dance partner. Yep, 2 swords. Do that. I could do Medicaid plus 10. Yeah. Strange vitality. I'll take dual weapon combat. Or no, I'll take swift movement. Just give him a bit more speed. That sounds good. For this, upon using Death Waltz, after killing an enemy, the Blade Dancer gets +3 dodge until the end of combat, stacks with agility bonus times. Yeah. Race against death, rising tempo. Rising tempo could be good. Melee area attacks cost 1 less HP, but no less than 1. I don't know if that affects, like, my dancing blade. If it does, that would make them cost 1, which would actually be really fucking good. On the edge. I kind of really want to take that because having him be able to use both Desperate Measure and Heroic Act in the same combat would be great. I don't know if there's anything else for right now. Oh wait, no, there is one. Where is it? In Footsteps of Death. That's what I need. Because every time somebody else kills something, he would get 2 movement points, which is good. Because that will help him reposition. Weapon skill. Then we want Pyromancy. And then we go to Pyromancy. And we want Sparks of the Greater Flame. Yeah, Sparks of the Greater Flame, and then Melting Armor. Relentless Blaze. Relentless Blaze. Weapon skill. Medicaid. Fire down? No. Blazing Inferno would be really good. Sparks of the Greater Flame. All damage over time get +10% critical hit chance. Awareness. Willpower. Psyker Majoris right now. Do you really want Melting Armor? Because every time they deal damage, it reduces them by -5%. Which means that helps with the Argenta skill and whatnot. But I can hold off on that. I can hold off on that a little bit. I only keep getting these while I'm in this class, so let's see here. Medicae is now determined by weapon skill instead of intelligence. And it increases crit damage, so I can go ahead and take this. And then in the next part, I can take the thing where my Medicae goes off of... where something else goes off of Medicae. My health goes off of Medicae, and so that'll increase that. Death Waltz also grants the Blade Master +4 additional charges of Death from Above until the end of combat. Death from Above deals additional bonus agility damage, yes. Then we go Executioner. Get 3 of those. Let's see, what did I choose last time? Orchestrate Flames, that's what I need to take. Right. Give me one. I will drink in 1 second. I gotta wake up my partner. Okay, Pandora has been awoken. I will drink now. Okay, let me see here. Executioner. 5% more damage to a target for each type of damage over time effect inflicted on the target. Well, I'm going to be equipping bleeding and poison. So that could be good. Another way to heal would be good too. Have pain resonance. Does it hurt? 30% crit chance. Yes, take that. Okay, so I have Ignite. I have the thing to make it permanent. I have Where It Hurts. I have Death Waltz. Death from Above. Blade Dance. Yep. Okay. Cassia. I was gonna respec Cassia. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Cassia respec. Fellowship, yes. Okay. Allies get +10 armor. No. All resistance stats against warps effects. That's good. I have Oblivion. Every enemy she has line of sight on has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. That's good. Seize the initiative would be good. March. When the officer ability moves any target, the officer gains movement points equal to half the distance of the target moved. Another character starting the option gains movement points on their turn. That would be good, especially with the skill I'm going to be giving her, so that's good, but, lasting impression. Half the bonus granted by remains until the end of combat. Let's not take lasting impression this time. Decisive response, bring it, voice of command is one less, and then bring it down is one less. Another fellowship. Notch of purpose. Guide of souls. Commanding voice, increase it by 3. Persuasion. Finest hour. All their non-attacking abilities cost minus 1 HP. But first off, that. Go ahead and grab Commerce, because why not? Willpower, because why not? Perilous Ways. Willpower. Point of Curiosity. Mind over matter. It's the warp. Perception is higher than agility. Their dodge is calculated by that. +2 perception in combat per navigator ability used. That's good. Commerce. Perception. Connectivity. Threats and faults. When enemy fails resistant to attacks against them, have a... Yeah. And then finest hour. Non-attacking abilities cost minus 1 HP. And then we will go Master Tactician, because I do not like Grand Strategist. Fuck setting down those things. We don't need it. Take Walking Nightmare now. Minus to assign objective. Master Tactician marches an enemy. If that enemy is killed by one of their allies at the beginning of the Master Tactician, then that ally gains 10 + 2 times allies resolve momentum and +5 to all characteristics until the end of combat. The bonus to all characteristics does not stack. The +5 to all characteristics is good, so I might take a sign objective. If it's not that, it's going to be Waking Nightmare. I could take Waking Nightmare too. Yeah, take Waking Nightmare. Every hit scored on an enemy. Joint offensive. That's good. And I think that's all I'm going to be doing with character building specky. At least for now. Because those were the only two that I could actually think of doing something like that. Because, yes, I need... Getting the enemies to group up more also is good for my blade dancers, because that means they have a chance to hit more enemies. So getting them closer together is actually really fucking good. It's also good for Argenta, because Flame AoE and Heavy Bolter AoE. Well, right now, Bolter AoE. I don't have a Heavy Bolter yet.
Over there.
Yep, there's that. Yes, here it is, the Cultist Slayer. There, that is pointing right to it. There we go. Now we get to fight cultists. And a demon! Let's see if we can make use of some of these changes we've made to our characters. Loot. Okay, Argenta. Disable that. Thank you. See, we could go through that door right now, or we could hold on a second and
I
loot
better
some shit.
myself through my service.
Marching ahead.
Like these. More stuff. Is there anything over here? No, it does not look like it. Okay, so there's only the door left. Let's go. Open the doors for us, guide our way, twist our fate, something, something, something. The edge of daybreak, the edge of daybreak! A pink horror! Hey, Argenta, if you're gonna do that, could you, like, kill more? That would be, you know, very nice. Cassia, you go there. Pasquale, you go there. Abelard, you go there. We will kind of flank. Fuck your AoE attacks that I can't really dodge that well, fucking demon. What flavor of cultist, though? Demon cultists. Okay. Exsanguinate. Raining blood. Activate that. Throw blood down here. Do another jump. We'll do a jump over here. How dare you?
Out of my way!
How dare you?
Chaos guides me! I serve the ruinous powers!
I get to go now. I can't use my psychic powers. Son of a fucking bitch. You fuckers.
how it's done.
I'm guessing it's that fucking scream that is doing something to my psyker. Which is annoying as shit. Okay. Buff. And debuff. Go ahead and hit you with that pink horror. Good.
Request approved.
Yeah, because even fucking Pascal couldn't do the AoE bolt, which is annoying as shit. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Point of curiosity. Everyone, walk there. Thank you. Debuff. Step forward, Cassia, into the blood, and then
I'm a navigator.
lidless eyes. Go ahead and buff. Much better turns than I was having. Much better turns than I was having. Plus, it does get everybody, like, close together, which is good. Cassia, go run there. Worth it. And then fire. Burn! You're barely taking damage, but that's fine. Charge you.
I'd rather not.
Brace for a minute. Oh, did it? Did it stall? Oh my god, I think it stalled. Thank god. Okay. Dance!
As the tenets
Fucking demon. More blood.
Chaos guides me. Your end is near.
It died and left two. Yay! Move up there. I'm still not able to actually activate my psionics. I don't know why. And it is annoying me. Go ahead and... Why is it unavailable? Okay, what are my debuffs? Cannot use psychic powers. Psychosomatic trauma. Okay, that makes sense. It's bullshit, but it makes sense. View. Good job. Cassia, move up.
Out of my way.
That hurts him a bit. Debuff the sniper. Fear the sniper. Cassia is working much better now. I am happy. Argenta rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic! Who are you praying to? I know those words. That call to a lord... Argenta doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey of the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true god? Didn't you flee from us shedding tears? Argenta recoils as if from a blow and then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck and makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of mankind. Can't you see he's trying to get under your skin? Idira mutters. I bet he wants a quick bullet to the head instead of a bonfire. Despite her tone, she's looking around anxiously and rubbing her temples. Smells of a dark future, like a noose around her neck. The heretic must be interrogated. What do you want to know, servants of the Corpse Emperor? The names of my brethren, how many of us there are, where we are? I'll tell you myself. We are myriad. And we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices. And when you hear them at your back, so close you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. The undying Emperor is the one true God. You will soon learn this when you face his harsh judgment. As will all your accomplices, Cabela's voice is filled with cold implacability. Just how many of you vermin are there? First Reichadmin Norris, now here? Pasquale pulls a number of instruments out of his robe. You would bet your life that the purpose of these items isn't to disassemble machines. He says casually, should you encounter difficulties during the information extraction process, I would recommend precise targeting of ganglia. The cultist chuckles arrogantly but pales under Pasquale's calmly probing gaze. How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on footfall before? Not on footfall, the cultist laughs hoarsely. In another place. She flew right in like a bird into a snare. Argenta is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide, as if against her will she whispers two words. Salus Prime. What is he talking about, Argenta? She snaps out of it, as if emerging from a reverie. A planet. A place. It doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them and was gravely wounded, but I swear, I never turned from them and ran. She turns to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. Do you have your own ship? A navigator? Answer me! Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all, but our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? The cultist's eyes fill with madness. Who or what is this true God you keep mentioning? You will know in time. The cultist gives you a wicked smile painted with fresh blood on his lips. I need something more coherent. Rogue Trader, we won't get anything out of this madman. As for my part in the story, I will tell it, but not here. Not in his presence. Understandable. End him, Argenta. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor, but you cannot stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and our hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute. Then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. You fulfilled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, Rogue Trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where these heretics came from, or if they have any more associates. Argenta lowers her head wearily. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it's time to depart Footfall. Is it bad how much I enjoy, like, voicing psychotic people?
This explorator is blessed with
Sororitas boots!
multifunctionality.
Of course those go on her. Why would they not go on her? They are her boots. They are Sororitas boots. Okay, let's put things in cargo that we don't need. Hand flamer, don't need. Plasma pistols, don't need. Keep the stud revolver, that seems... don't need that. I don't really need any of this shit. All goes to be cargo to be traded. No, no, no. Fuck. I mean, efficient body glove on her would be good. Yeah. I mean, she has good agility, so good dodge is good. Yeah. Don't need synth skin. Don't need normal armored body gloves. +2 damage on their ranged attacks, or +3 damage from flame, but a +5 bonus to tech use. What is your tech use? Yeah, that would just put it to 20. That's not worth it. Mine is at 43. Yours is at 97. That's why I need you for now. You have the Voice of Command ability, so we'll give you that. Also give you more dodge. I mean, that's good. No extra stuff, that's fine. Good to know that even without my psionic powers, I can still hold my own formidably well. Let's see, those are those two side quests. Now we go for what's her name, the gunslinger lady, the smuggler. Ba, 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 ba. Good thing we don't have those kinds of cultists on our ship. We have a different kind. We have a different flavor of cultist. But we'll get more into that when we start being able to fly around and shit. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. I've already been in here, so now it's just basically run through and get to Jay, who is over here.
Rough day?
You have no idea.
I just might. That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
We'll give you grief, all right. Get out!
Don't think so, Ashmak. And tell Falco to come himself next time.
That's not correct. She wouldn't be using an
Hidari, I
auto
am
pistol.
tired of your mess. Out! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Okti Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
The woman looks at you with glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that had been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. The fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals. Her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity, for only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth in a place such as this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Rogue trader Kalkarok Nagel von Valancius.
Von Valancius. My deepest, humblest regards, your lordship. I never would have imagined I'd be standing at the bar, in the Amasekus, next to an honest-to-God Emperor Rogue trader. Jai Hidari at your service. Professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and, may he steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on footfall. Nonetheless,
Doubt
we
it.
all have our problems, and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person with your kind of power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament. I have heard a great deal about how open-minded the members of the von Valancius dynasty are, and Lady Theodora especially.
What do you need help with?
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Leech for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. I believe Vladimir, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall's Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Hidari's property carries certain risks.
Yeah, okay. Jay appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusal to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jay is encroaching on his turf. If Vladimir is not responsible for the disappearance of Jay's cargo, he will certainly benefit greatly from it. I suspect Vladimir wants to keep the cargo out of your hands, and I want to put him in his place.
May the Exalted One bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. Right. Here, that's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There, in the depths, you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
This fight is a bit annoying. Give me stuff. So I'll save before I go into there. I don't know what about it is so annoying, but it is. It is very annoying. If Vero was here, he'd probably be able to explain it in a way that my brain is not allowing me to. Ba, 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 ba. It's right over here. We will drop a save game. Stream save. Save. Yes. It might be easier with the new way that I've built Cassia.
Stay sharp.
We'll follow you in a minute. What the fuck? There we go.
Is aiding a smuggler an endeavor worthy of a rogue trader?
Yes. Put me there. Put her there. Argenta, we'll have you over here. Cassia here so you can move forward. Abelard here. And Pasquale back here. So I get to go first. Yay! Buffs galore! Set myself on fire. Make the fire permanent. Go in between these guys. Why can't I do dance? Oh, I don't have enough AP. Oh, he killed one. We can go back now. And we did a decent amount to that server. Argenta. How do you just move up? Leave out in the open, but that's fine. Set these guys on fire and destroy those two barrels.
This is why I was chosen!
Destroy one barrel and poison people, that's fine. Like that. Then we can dash back a bit.
A moving target lives longer.
Why is it Argenta's turn again? Oh, did she do the thing to give Argenta an extra turn? Okay. Flamethrower.
Let's get to it.
Yes, run into the poison. Abelard. Come over here. Go ahead and scream at those guys. That only affected one. That's stupid. More poison. Brace for impact.
Let's get to it.
No, come on, run into the poison. Why aren't you running into the poison?
Let's make it quick.
I mean, her guys are gonna run into the poison because they're idiots.
Out of my way.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down! No!
Yeah. Okay, what do I want to do here? Wait, Cassia didn't get to go. What the fuck? Okay, so we're... Oh, no, it's just... For some reason, this is showing up there. Okay. Cabela... Just have you run in here. I mean, these guys are going to be needing to be dealt with. How you doing, Varel?
As honor owner. Trust me.
You know what? Go back in time. Killed 2 people and then head back to the starting point. I forgot to make her bleed. My bad on that. Okay, Pasquale. Move you up there. Thanks, Satisfactory, for a bit. We're gonna play a bit of Rogue Trader before bed. Yeah! Debuff everyone. Thank you, Pasquale. Let's see. Target that one with that. Target that one with that. Just might as well target that one with that.
Running binary.
Here we.
High momentum.
Suck it.
Hold on.
Oh no, the 2 people that you brought, they died. It's almost as if you're a fucking idiot and their AI is fucking idiot. Fuck you and your stun grenades. Move up there.
Let's get to it.
Debuff. Let's see. Go ahead and give you extra turn, because why the fuck not? Go ahead, run into the poison. It's fine. What backpack? I might know what one you're talking about.
Contemplate your weakness.
Oh yeah, ranged attack gives 2 stacks of bleed. Fuck yeah.
High momentum.
Jump! What a mess. Thankfully, didn't come here with just the 3 of us. Oh my god, one of her guys actually lived. Okay, and he runs. These Ashmags dare touch something from the cargo. 2, 3, 5. Thank the Exalted One. Those Ashmags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. Jay carefully inspects the containers emblazoned with the markings from some unknown freight operator, then smiles and touches the comm bead in her ear. Give me 2 minutes, Serene. Sharing, and I'll send the coordinates to my loyal crew who will deliver my property somewhere safe. And done. Jay removes her hand from her ear and turns to you. We're good. Now how about we relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our deal, specifically payment for your efforts. What, we're just gonna leave your priceless cargo here unattended? Nothing to worry about. After all the ruckus we've caused here, I doubt anyone will go anywhere near the containers. I am, however, infinitely flattered by your concern for my, now our, property. Okay, let's go. Jay opens her mouth to reply when you hear the sound of many footsteps behind you. Didn't even notice the plasma. Oh! 10 tech use plus 3 plasma? Yep, that's definitely for Pasquale. Stop right there in the name of the liege. The gaunt, pale-skinned man in the grim clerical robes glances at you. You dumbasses ran into poison. And immediately falls to his knees substantively. Your Excellency! Please forgive my vehemence, most noble Kalkarok Nagel. I never expected to encounter such eminent persons in this corner of Footfall. I, Vladim Takora, personal agent. Vladim Takora's personal agent. The man hesitates, choosing his words carefully. I came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall. Horrendous xeno-heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. He looks to Jay. I do not doubt for a moment, most noble Kalkarok Nagel, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding brought about by another's manipulations. It is too great a coincidence that the Liege's representative should arrive in the Shadow Quarter just after Jay has recovered her rightful spoils. It seems that guards reported the problems with the shipment over the Vox, and not to just anyone, but to the Liege's personal agent. Vladim Takora knew about the shipment from the start and planned to take it for himself, and to get rid of Jay if he could. Behold the grubby, underhanded struggle between cold traders. And had it not been for your impromptu deal struck in the bar, Vladim might have succeeded. Jay Haydari, the owner of this cargo, is personally under my protection. Under a rogue trader's protection. Tell your master that he should think twice about crossing her from now on. And don't forget to tell him that I'm not mad, but I will be collecting the debt sometime. Jay watches him hurry away, then looks at you. I wish I could see Vladim's face when he finds out he almost stepped on the toes of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse. Listen, Kalkrok Nagel, I'm genuinely sorry about this confusion. Vladim and I have had our differences, but I never thought he'd want to clean me out and do away with me in some dark corner. At least not so soon. If you hadn't agreed to our deal, Sherian, my gang and I would already be floating in orbit around one of Footfall's asteroids. And yes, my shipment contains Xeno artifacts, possessions of which is a death sentence for any commoner. But you, Sherian, do not strike me as a commoner. If I had told you directly, you would have become, shall we say, complicit. But since those illicit words did not escape my lips, you would merely be agreeing to help an unfortunate soul, me, to recapture a few containers. My sincerest wish was to protect you from any unnecessary trouble, Sherian. I swear by the Exalted One. And I do hope that this misunderstanding will not affect our future cooperation. This statement is true, with the exception that you yourself are an uneducated laywoman and a thief who ought to stay away from the technological preservatories of non-humans. I am now requesting your preventative disposal. Uneducated? Me? I've held things in my hand that you, cog for brains, can only dream of in your oil-soaked data fantasies. Stop hiding behind piety and law. You're simply defending your clique's monopoly on anything and everything of interest and monetary value. A rogue trader could use someone with your talents and connections, Jay. I would like to see you in my retinue. Exalted One, bless you and your entire dynasty! I would say no to marking an occasional properly. It's not every day you embark on a brilliant new business partnership. Domin Kalkrok Nagel, if it is indeed your wish to let this heretic onto your retinue, then allow me to carve a vow of service unto her tongue. Let the pain prevent her from uttering words of deceit and remind her of obedience. Don't even think about it, you crazed Kaja. Unless you want me to add a few extra bits of lead to the metal adornments that skulky mug of yours. Abelard gives you a look of reproach. You sully the Von Valancius name by inviting people like her into your retinue, Lord Captain. The decision is yours, but do not suspect if unsavory rumors start to spread on Footfall. Argenta regards Jay. It is a strange circle you are forming around yourself, rogue traitor. Sister Argenta! Jay gives her an almost lecherous once-over. I've heard all about your deeds on Footfall, but I never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. Either way, I am entirely willing to join your retinue. From now on, my knowledge and experience are entirely at your disposal. Oh, and one more thing. If you are interested in a rather lucrative offer, one that can give the Von Valancius Protectorate a leg up, I'd say now isn't the time to be thinking about such things, but once we get back to your ship, perhaps you could spare me a minute, Sherry. Okay, first one to trade out Abelard for. Of course the poison stays. Why wouldn't the poison stay? I can take another Master Tactician. I want to like Grand Strategist. I want to like Grand Strategist, but I can't like Grand Strategist because the game moves a bit too much for setting out combat zones of being like, any ally in this zone gets a buff, any enemy in this zone gets a buff. Yeah, Master Tactician. We'll go. For now. Oh, oops. I do like assign objective, but I could take Inspire to just buff people. Yes. Buff people's damage. 5% damage to people. That's always good. She already has the dual wielding shit. She can't take dual weapon specialist, but that wouldn't help her anyway. Oh, okay. Grand Strategist is good for Cassia because you ain't gonna use any of the actual abilities and it causes her to always move first. I didn't know about that part. Because I have her as a master tactician. I could always respec her again if I wanted to. Grand Strategist has a thing that causes them to always go first. Okay, we'll do this again. Forget. Do I do anything with these? I don't think so. And then notch of purpose. Perilous ways. I could just give her lasting impression so that she can cast that on people and then not have to do it again. Or I could get more of this shit. Blood Augury? Guide of Souls. More movement points. Persuasion. Sure. Willpower. If I want officer abilities, I just make a mercenary. Cassie is good, just stacking every navigator ability, no demand. Yeah. Unnatural allure. Willpower. Point of curiosity. Blood Augury. Stable routes. No, strange vitality. More sustainability. Perception. Under my protection. +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by demons, second powers, navigator powers, blah blah blah. Yeah. More buff. So, you said Grand Strategist. I'm guessing it's not one of these. Because these are their stuff, it's just these, so... Revel the light. Or glimpse of fate. Glimpse of fate. Plus 30% hit chance on the next attack. Dodge on their next dodge test. And anything over... What was it? Anything over 90? Almost enough Opticon rep for the heavy plasma gun. Nice. Nice. To an enemy, that enemy must become immobilized until started now. Touch of anger cause them to attack their allies. Except it only works really once. I think Glimpse of Fate for now. Okay, if there's that's not it. Stratagem's that's not it. Using stratagem, that's not it. Trying to find the one that you were talking about. Or is it? Is it one of these ones? I don't think it's a stratagem. Do you remember what it was called, Farrell? Yeah. It's default? Oh, regardless of the abilities used, the Grand Strategist always acts first in combat. Okay. Never mind then, okay. Okay. We'll give this a try. And I can always put the, like, back range one for fucking Yearlit, because if I can get her into a good sniping position, I'm not going to be moving her. Because sniper gonna snipe.
Forge ahead.
As long as
Never
it's not
linger.
some weird place that has them like, oh no, they gotta run around. Loot everything. What's that? Pair holsters. Once per turn, when the wearer scores a critical hit with a pistol, the next attack with a pistol costs 0 AP. Oh, that's going on Jay. I mean, she's the only one using pistols. Her tech use isn't that bad, so honestly, I could replace Pasquale with her. And then, or replace Pasquale with the one lady and have her on my team. Well, I'm using him in like my main one. I kind of want to try out other characters a little bit. I like her idea, her thing with like the twin guns. I like Yearlit. Plus, I'm still gonna get his fucking dialogue shit. I have the toy box thing activated because honestly, it makes no sense why we're only down to 6 people. Naldari chainsword. Yeah, he'll still be giving out that shit. Don't put the sniper gloves on you. Give her cool sunglasses. Armored body glove. I don't think I have anything better than that. Dynamo boots. I could just increase her movement by 3. Let's do that. Just increase her movement by 3. Help her get into position and shit. Oh, her splinter pistol also gives toxin. That's actually good. That's actually really good. I like giving her flame damage. I don't think I have anything else at the moment to give you, Jay. I don't have a better armored body glove for you yet. After getting rid of some stuff I kind of didn't want to, but honestly, probably won't use, I got my heavy plasma. Nice. Yeah, a lot of the times I hold on to things for too long because I'm like, but it's a special thing. It's not just a great sword, it's a Robute pattern great sword. It's not just a chain sword, it's a soul pattern chain sword. Like putting heavy weapons on Pasquale, it's just funny to you. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, his guns are basically being held on by a mechanical arm thing. Yeah, just head over this way. Keep the soul power chain sword, however, forever because I like how it looks. That ain't reasonable. Before I do that, Liege's residence. I need to go talk to the one guy. Tell him, hey, I did it. It's not a bolt pistol. It's a Horus pattern bolt pistol. This comment has been banned by the Ordos Hereticus. I do need to take the psychic the force sword off of Henrik and give it to the MC because that's a good offhand sword for me. Oh, whoops. I didn't know it would take me right into the actual building. Martyr's entrance? Atrium. That's where I need to go, maybe? Honestly, I'm surprised Henrix doesn't do more against you. Like, he's super chill as for an Inquisitor. I know he's mostly the Xenos department, but still. Yeah. Yeah. It's like he could try to fuck our shit up like his boss does, I think. I haven't met his boss yet in either of my things. The Emperor protects. The request has been fulfilled. The cultist den in the Shadow Quarters has been cleared out. A grim smile brightens his features and he makes the sign of the Aquila. I hope that their suffering was commiserated with their deeds. We gain 200 experience with Drisen. Okay, thank you. Ba, ba, ba. There's actually an Inquisition Grey Knight book like this. There was a world that had a religious procession of worship to worship a bolter that Gilliman once used. The twist is that Horus was the actual one. Ah. Yeah, I tend to do all the side content stuff as well. The only issue is I need to do the one planet first. I need to do the Agri world because that's where you get the Xenos lady. So I want to kind of rush there, get that, and then I'll go back and do all the side content, including DLC shit that happens on the ship as we fly around and do stuff. Also, get lots of, bonuses to warp travel and then make, certain paths as safe as possible. Though I don't really do that. I generally put them to the yellow and then I don't touch them. Lord Captain Kalkarok from Lancius, Unit 22 extends his official greeting and invites you to a synchronous communication. Go talk to the tech priest. Okay. There's one side quest on here I'm not doing because it's the one where you have to go to like 4 or 5 different specific places. And I just don't want to look up a guide to do it right now. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lubriciousness. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is identified as Logos Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative, structural part of the Cognizant Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthen of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedures for the esteemed high-value visitors. Glory, success to House Valancius. A binaric aria begins to flow from this scratched vox attached to the tech priest chest, requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logistar Theta. Pasquale and Opticon 22 exchange glances and a short series of binaric symbols before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows notably lower than Pasquale's. Super easy, you don't need a guide, just turn on the highlight toggle with toy box instead of having to alt tab and run around the area it's supposed to be in. All the areas are pretty obvious where they're supposed to be. The only one you have issue with is the quarantine zone, but that's because it ain't open yet. Yeah, I also don't want to just do it right now. I want to get off here and start flying around on my ship. Besides, I'll be coming back here for that place, the quarantine zone anyways, so I can save it for then. I received an invitation to a meeting. Confirmed. I wish to discharge, reciprocally validate, the mutual contractual obligation designated Logistar Theta. Under the contractual obligations in question, 34.761 Terran cycles ago, the Explorador Cognizant Fleet received from representatives, authorized units of the Von Valancius dynasty, a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tentalon void tankers. Received it, and they didn't pay. Compensate, ruminate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment / reciprocal offering from the Cognizant Fleet can be made to Von Valancian assets at the current time, after which the Cognizant obligation will be fulfilled achieved. Confirm your status regarding the acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. You can either get a mobile extractum. We get 5,000 explorators. I kind of want to take the... I just want one mobile extractum, or is it multiple? I think it might be multiple. Extractum's more worth? Okay. The request is accepted. The sacred machine will be loaded onto the hold of your vessel. The contractual obligation, Logistar Theta, is concluded. The Cognizant Fleet thanks House Von Valancius for its cooperation. Let's take my leave. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. And there he is. Hi, Henrix. A familiar figure turns to you. Henrix von Kalox, interrogator of the Ornos Xenos, bows his head respectfully. Lord Captain. Honored interrogator, what a surprise. Did you perchance leave something in your cabin? No, not at all, First Officer Werson. I'm not in the habit of leaving a trail, but I thank you for your concern. Greetings, interrogator. To what do I owe the pleasure of this latest visit? Only to our mutual duty to humanity. It is that duty that demands that I disturb your peace once more. Time for a void ship batter. I got a few more upgrades now, including an escort. Oh, you got the escort already? Nice. I was able to contact my mentor and report the tragic events that transpired on Rykad Minoris. I also received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of enemies of humanity, including the Xenos that we're assuming were involved in the theft of the SAR. According to their findings, the new threat now hangs over other worlds, this time yours, Lord Captain. Henrix clears his throat and begins a poignantly official tone. By the order of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty is to stand sentinel over the Cronus Expanse. The rogue trader of House von Valancius is to take on board the agent of the Most Holy Inquisition, and provide escort and support in deeds great and small that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Kalkazar. Idira whisper is barely audible. All I got from that is ridding ourselves of the... all I got from it is that ridding ourselves of this snitch won't be easy. I can't really say no, can I? Henrik studies you for a moment, then ever so slightly, as if not wanting anyone else to see, shakes his head. At least he's, like, actually admitting it. Okay. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? The cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. In my absence, the situation in the Cronus Expanse has changed. I have received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the regions where the Von Valancius worlds lie. You probably already know about the fate of the industrial world of Kiva Gamma. If not, then I will share what details I know, but not here. Better to talk on board where we won't be overheard. Okay, I, rogue trader Kalkarok von Valancius, welcome the agent of the Golden Throne aboard my ship and take the responsibility of assisting him in the fight against the evil that threatens humanity. Henrix gives a reserved nod, an answer befitting a righteous servant of the Emperor. If duty has brought you aboard the rogue trader's ship once more, then such is the Emperor's will. Welcome back, Interrogator. Thank you, sister. It is an honor to be traveling with one of the blessed Adeptus Sororitas. The Inquisition! Kalkarok Nagel, you never mentioned you're associated with such distinguished servants of the Emperor. I'll bet it takes someone truly remarkable to warrant such eminent and close attention. Jay lets out a laugh. Henrix glances at her and tilts his head slightly. Mistress Hidari. Ever since my first visit to Footfall, I've been hearing about your colleagues and personal talents, but I'm afraid your full name escapes me. Would you kindly refresh my memory? Jay's laughter gets stuck in Jay's throat. She pales slightly, but still forces an apologetic smile. I don't mind, Shireen. Let my full name remain naught but a stray sound to you, plain and uninteresting. Master von Kallux. Cassia's voice is brimming with genuine joy, which she immediately hides behind a facade of highborn primness. Since you are with us once more, I do hope you will find time to finish our conversation about the literary works of Conhalar the Blessed. I will make every effort, Lady Orselio. I must also deliver this to you. Henrix pulls out a sealed letter. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. I would ask that you read it as soon as you have the time. That is everything for the time being. Are you headed to the ship, or do you still have business on Footfall? Whatever the case, I can either wait for you on board or accompany you as part of your retinue. Yeah, you're going to the ship. Ba, ba, ba. And then I'm going to be taking your Force Sword and shoving it on my guy. Because I'm a psyker and I can use it too. I'm hoping there are some more upgrades for the actual, like, dancer build. Other than the one item that I found that's basically if you use it on a assassin point, it works and whatnot. I hope there's more, because I would like a better weapon than the just 2% or agility percent crit rate increase per attack made. Lord Captain, the inspection of the ship's systems is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for onward travel, except there is an issue you must be aware of. Cassia makes a quick, nervous gesture, adjusting the adornment over her third eye. I have been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the routes to Dargonus and discovered that It does not match with the one recorded in the Atlas. It's more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas one after the other, and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is rolling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless. You've been using Eldari chainswords on her and they work really well. Well, I'd have to give her the ability to use Eldari chainswords. But I meant like for me, because I know I want the Force Sword in one hand. And if I could get another weapon that did like... Honestly, I could trade out the Force Sword for something else. But anything else that did like on-hit specific thing happens. Like if there was a sword that did on-hit do burn damage or like cause burn, or on-hit lower toughness and shit like that. I know some of them do that, like the chainswords. I think chainswords have like lowers the weapon skill. But yeah. Argenta angrily chops the air with the side of her palm. Warp storms are our enemy, just like the heretics and demons. It is a shame they cannot be dispersed with a flamer or a bolter. Now we can be certain that the problem with the astropathic combination in the Kronos Expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in your way, Lord Captain. It is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate as soon as possible. I am talking about Janus, Dorganus, and Kiva Gamma. Charting new routes so they can be reached and wresting control will be the necessary next step. Very well, our course is clear. Do my officers have any other issues that require immediate attention? That is all, Lord Captain. The vessel and the crew await your instructions and are ready to depart footfall immediately, should you so desire. Because, like, I have this. When hit with this weapon, the target suffers -1/5 penalty to armor stacks. I could put that on instead of the Spinner's Blade. It also does more damage. Do that instead of the Venom Blade, definitely. Because while the Venom Blade does have the things that deal poison, because like this, the -10 to enemy weapon skill when hit. The chainsword does the, -5 penalty to armor stacks. That's good. This is exactly like the other thing. And I think if I look at her, the Eldari chainsword is the exact same. Yeah, it's the exact same. +10 to parry, -10 to enemy weapon skill when hit. So, like, I have things that basically do that easily enough. And I can get another Eldari chainswords easily enough as well. Yeah, the damage. I do want to take your Force Sword, though. Because the Force Sword... Right now it deals... Why is it only dealing +1 damage? It should be dealing more than that. Mine does. Did I not take the thing when I respect? Let me see. No. Talents. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, Psyker Minoris. Okay, so I've only taken Psyker Minoris. When I take the other ones, it'll increase in damage. Yeah, but I also have dodge to help with that, and... like, I know double parry is good. Like, what the best way to do it is to have one weapon set basically take the silent verdict off. Have one weapon set basically be 2 chain swords, and have them equipped so that you have max parry at the end of your turn when the enemy goes. And then when it's your turn, switch to your damaging weapons. Like, I know that's how that works. I can also take your chainsword, because I'm not going to be having you use chainswords. Thank you very much. So I can sit here with these 2 chainswords equipped to my guy. And that'll give the... Wait a minute, what? Wait, is that not stacking? Wait a minute, I gotta check something. 70, 60, 70... That just goes up to 75%. Is 75% the max or something? Because that should be 10% and 10%. That should take it up to 80. And then this one doesn't. Okay, so wait a minute. What? What the fuck? So now it's still at 75. It shouldn't be at 75. Okay, so this one still just gives... That must be something else that gives me parry for having a sword. One of my talents. I am confuzzled. Yeah, because having both of them, I still have 75%. So I'm guessing it's because I have the knife and that I go down to 60. It's just having 2 swords. So just having 2 swords gives me 75%. Okay. Then if I have 75%, then it's... I wish it actually showed you the plus 10 on there, but I guess that's not how it fucking works. Dari chain sword. So that would be 70, 80. I could have a normal chain sword. Or I could get that instead of the bleed sword. Give her the bleed sword. As the offhand, take the solar pattern and give it to me. So 2 chain swords can be that. And then I have force sword and Anver chain sword to do -5 penalty to armor. That stacks, and then this with the psychic force, which deals an additional 2 times psychic rating plus willpower bonus damage, but may trigger psychic phenomenon such as perils of the warp. Plus it deals 1 additional damage due to that, but when I increase my psyker rating, the damage goes up, which also my psyker rating goes up when I set myself on fire. So, yeah. That to cargo, add that to cargo, add that to cargo, add that to cargo, add those to cargo. Give her a blast pistol and the off-hand things. Axe don't need. Swords don't keep the Venom Blade for now. Serrated Greatsword. On critical laceration effect for each stack laceration, all attacks with this sword against the same target deal plus 10% damage. I don't have anyone that is two-handed crit build, so that goes away. Rebute pattern Greatsword. Get rid of that. And then keep everything else for now. Except for that one. What does rending damage do? Dealt by anything with sharper. So, no, it's literally just rending damage with armor penetration. Okay, honestly, the grenades. Put those in the cargo. You can trade those. Ba 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 ba. Right now, this will be my attack set, the Force Sword and the Anver's Chain Sword, and my defense set that I will switch to before I end my turn will be the Eldari Chain Sword and the Soul Pattern Chain Sword. Because that gives me the plus 20 parry when it's the enemy's turn, and then this gives me my attacking shit. Which, if I can get anything to replace the Anver's Chainsword with, I will, and the Force Sword, I will. The only problem is, the only things I can think of, potentially, would be like that knife, but the problem with the knife is, it doesn't work with the sword actions of the Blade Dancer. Because it's a knife. And that sucks. Because getting plus one to damage for every attack seems like it's perfectly made for the Blade Dancer. Like, you know, you get multiple attacks with it, and the damage just starts, you know, increasing. You use your thing that gives you 4 attacks. 2 of it is that side, then 2 of the other. You do the jump dance, and it gives off of that. But apparently no. But lowering armor for now is fine until I can get something better. You're fine as you are for now. Argenta, fine as you are for now. I could just put the Silent Verdict on your back. You're holding this blade for me. That's what you're doing. You're holding the two-handed blade for me. I don't have anything else for you. Maybe those boots. You don't use running guns, so you don't need the backpack. 15 armor against warp damage. Or immunity to fire. Eh, lower your warp damage. Can't use running gun. I got boots. You already got boots. You need boots. Why don't you have boots? Actually, do that one so that if she deals more damage, and the chance for it to just give her movement points so she can move while dealing damage is actually really good. So I think put that on her. I'd put that on myself, but I also have the, I get +3 dodge until the end of combat for each psi power used. And I, like, start the game using, or I start every battle using at least 2, so that's +6 dodge. I already have 90 dodge, so that's 96 dodge. At some point I'm going to get more. Because then I can set people on fire. Hey, hi Factorum. Let me talk to you. Let me order shipment. Give me your stuff. Plus 15 bonus to Lord Imperium. Don't really need that Bloodhound. It's a Navigator staff. I can give that to Navigator. Elite Chainsword. Rusty Chainsaw. Heavy Flamer. That's what I want. And also Silent Death. Plus 10% dodge if the wearer's weapon skill is more than 55. Which it will be. I don't like the trauma part. That doesn't really do anything. Plus 15% toughness. Plus 10% dodge if the wearer's agility is more than 50. So the Spinner's Blessed Plate is good. Silent Death. It's better armor, but I try not to get traumas at all. The Executioner Gauntlet. That would be really good, though. Militant's Close. First melee attack in combat cannot be parried or dodged. I want to say that's good, but it's the first in combat, not like per round. So it sucks. And the Elite Chainsword, it's literally... It doesn't do anything else. It's just basically a more damaging chainsword. What the fuck did I just press? Did I give that into I don't think I gave that into reputation. I don't think I can do that, right? No, I did. Okay. Okay. Cargo. Take it out of there. Didn't mean to put it into cargo. Life Draining Sword. That's heretical. I can't use that, so fuck it. Here we go. Give me the Elite Chainsword and give me the normal Chainsword. For now. Actually, put the normal Chainsword back in. Okay, let's go to the Kronos Expanse. Lord Captain, we are once more within reach of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom of your decree upon their stewards. Developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links. All of this is now your privilege and burden. Yep, we did. Got it. Yep. So my first thing is I'm going to beeline it for the one place. Get Yurlit. Get my Xenos sniper. I know how that works. The Navica. Because we need to go... Janus, yeah, we need to go there. So we need to go here. Activate one just to make it unsafe, not dangerous. Warp travel there. Lord Captain, the ship's sensors report... the ship's senior officers request a audience with you. They humbly awaiting you on the bridge. Okay. Once we get Yurlit, we will go back down all the way to the bottom and then start scanning all these zones. I know I can get Yurlit easily, because honestly, when I first played this game, I don't think I reached, like, as far into the second class as I have already. Also because I do a shit ton of damage. I wish I had a better hat. Lord Captain, if I may request your attention for a moment, I must report a series of highly dangerous violations that have taken place in the fuel compartment. The Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands, and I am thus forced to appeal directly to you. Lord Captain, if it be your wish, we will crack down on any violations of the ship's discipline. However, I dare say that the Infernus Master has no right to command the Enforcers, and I find his actions to be an outrageous breach of the chain of command. Infernus Master? We have not yet been introduced. My apologies for that omission, Lord Captain. I am Enric Montag, head of the Infernus Guild. I'm responsible for preventing and extinguishing fires, as well as handling any emergency situations. Alright, describe the problem to me in detail. The Fuelers have found a sect of some kind. The group practices fire worship of the Emperor and has been burning promethium near the fuel lines. I beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. I should point out that there have been no incidents in the fuel compartment so far, and that the beliefs of this sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours with the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practice unacceptable, we will put a stop to them immediately. Does the ecclesiarchy recognize the cult, or is it considered heretical? This matter is beyond my purview. Let Confessor Abelard be the judge of such basis. A plump, rosy-cheeked man steps forward, his voice deep and sonorous. The Emperor protects, your lordship. I can assure you that there is no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the fire prophecies has been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist the sacred teachings, and as for their chosen forms of worship, they are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium with the full approval of the ecclesiarchy. Does this Oracle of Fire really make prophecies? At least he and his flock believe that the Emperor reveals glimpses of the prophecy's future to him in the sacred flame. Occasionally his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan, perhaps a blissful lunatic, or a wicked rogue who possesses psychic power not tempered by his will. A croaking voice interrupts the confessor's words. Lord Captain, as choir master of the Astropathic Choir, I must be watchful of any threat to the ship's safety originating from the Imperium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, and so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. This man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and to the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may also dispose of him in some other way. I know just how to handle this cult. We stand ready to carry out any orders. The Oracle's visions may prove useful to us. We will not let the law stand in our way. Do keep an eye on him, Whis. This is a dangerous decision, but I will obey the Lord Captain. I will do my utmost to ensure that this cursed soul does not cause manifestation of the warp. Emperor, save us. Yeah, Abelard, I have a helmet for you. Take that. Ba-ba-ba. Chart new courses. Warp travel to Janus. I wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The technology of the rite of the machine blessing ended with a data meditation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracles sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. How the great spirit of the void ship was able to call upon the power of the machine gun and activate the warp drive remains an unknown. Yet, during my meditative ritual, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. The sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship's mechanisms differs from other knowledgeous forms. This spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god. So what does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend that we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. The report is received. Thank you, Pasquale. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. As I am now fated to be your shadow, Domin Kalkroknagel, we must perform a ritual that will seal our bond, for it pleases the Undying One. I will await you on the deck where your officers carry out their service. I will be there. Thank you, Domin. Go ahead and chart new courses just to get those active. I'm definitely doing her thing first. I want to do stories. And then we'll see if we've done anything to change her alignment. %. Come on, load, load!
Domin.
I'm ready for the binding ritual.
Then follow me, Domin.
We're gonna dance! It really makes sense with my character also being a fucking blade dancer. Blade dancer is exactly what I was wanting for my melee build, like 100%. Like, it feels correct.
Are you ready to step into the labyrinth, Domin?
What exactly are we going to do?
This is the ritual of binding. By the Undying One's will, our fates are now as one. But I must still guide you into the maze of my mind. Although it is my predestination alone to walk its corridors in search of answers, your image must become part of the tangle. For I am your shadow, Domin, and your presence will aid me in sensing whatever threats may be looming over you.
I am ready. Cabela, let us begin.
Your weapon for the ritual. Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest, you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
They treat me as if I was only a single blader.
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
Her lips continue moving for a while longer, her eyes tracing the lines in the floor. Can you tell me what this really was? What is the true meaning of this, right?
You are not required to understand. You have joined the ritual. That will suffice.
I only seek to understand why this matters to you. To understand you.
Understand me? Why, Domin? My fate is preordained, and our places assigned. We both must serve the Undying One, as his design foretells. But if such is indeed your wish, my path of service to the Undying Emperor is one of many twists and pitfalls. Every mind is fraught with weakness, and only by honing it tirelessly can one achieve focus and prime one's perception. I envision the tenets of the web as a maze of tangles and dead ends. Each time I go into a trance, be it one of the soul or of battle, I walk this path from beginning to end. And now that you're a part of it, you will be there with me when next I enter the labyrinth.
I am in her mind.
You may deem it strange. You live in a world so far removed from my own that such rituals must seem absurd to you.
I'm a psyker.
I'm sure I would find your rituals equally mystifying.
To an outside observer, what happened here would have looked like an ordinary fight, but your senses grasp something more. They allow you to perceive a fragile bond that has formed between the two of you in the midst of this blade dance. It is as if Cabela's mind has opened up, reaching out to yours and acquainted itself with it. A surprising display of power and direction for someone who possesses no psychic abilities, or appears to be unaware of their own gift. What do you mean by my rituals?
You are empowered by the will of the Undying One himself, and yet, when I look at your life, I am surprised. You follow a different thread, one that does not seem as strict to your thoughts and deeds. There is so much luster.
My world is more than mere luster. Perhaps it would help you to have a closer look at my life.
Your world is alien to me, Domin, and yet, having some knowledge of it could help me to improve my service to both you and the Undying One. Permit me, then, to observe one of the rituals that fills your life. I will do so with gratitude. The labyrinth has accepted you. We have danced amid the crossing lines and minds, and by the dance, we are now bound.
Yeah! Honestly, I really like her as a character. And also, another thing is that, as people have pointed out, anyone who talks about this fucking DLC, they integrated it into the base game so well, you can barely tell it's a DLC. You can barely tell it's added content. It doesn't seem like it was like removed content that was added in. It seems like but it fits in very fucking well. That it doesn't seem like it's like extra content. Like, the only issues are that some of the voice lines aren't actually voiced and shit like that in certain instances. Like, when you're talking to Adira, she has actual voice lines when you have her describe the different people in your retinue. But then when she gets to Blade Dancer Assassin, she doesn't actually voice it. It's just there. But, like, other than that, it's like, it's mwah, perfect addition. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry of the parameters of the system, match those of Telecos Epsilon, home to the agri-world Janus that belongs to the Van Valancius dynasty. We have received a Vox message from the planet. The agri-world's governor officially welcomes the rogue trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Her subjects are looking forward to your visit. Yeah, give me a minute. There's 2 other planets to fucking scan. I agree. It's integrated fairly well. They stepped away from their old DLC is mostly separate from the base game issue that Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous had. Yeah. Yeah. Fuel! Three plasteel? Yeah, I can save for a 5 plasteel. Yep, extractums. I know how these work. can save for a 5 last deal. For chip management. Let me see here. So I already have everything upgraded. Posts. Put everyone in their posts. Supreme Commander. You're better at it than me. Master Cannoneer. Technically, you have access to that skill, but I have that. Shield Master. Squall is the best one for that. Master of Maneuvers. That would be Abelard. Warp Channeler. If it wasn't for the fact I don't have any special abilities, fucking I would put myself there, but she has that Warp Wave. Master of Etherics. Right now we'll have those. I mean, they can't use them yet, really, but yeah. Time to land. We're going to get ourselves an Eldar companion. After, you know, slaughtering a bunch of people, because we can't land anywhere without being attacked. There she is! A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house Viat Ab Aram. My name is Vestenza Janus Vat Ad Aram af Kronos. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of rogue trader Theodora von Valancius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. She raises her head slightly. In truth, your arrival in this place of the esteemed Lady von Valancius is quite unexpected. Theodora von Valancius is dead. I am now the head of the dynasty. Such tragic news. I will see to it that the planet observes a month of mourning.
For Janus!
And she flees. Wow. These planetary guards. Kinda shit. Not gonna lie. Okay. Cassia. Let's move you here.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Let's go ahead and move these elsewhere. I forgot to give her the other one. No, okay, that's fine.
I can't stand it!
Sorry, helper. Buff. Front line there, just because I'll be able to fucking. Oh yeah, space DMV. Fuck yeah.
Faith without deeds.
There, and you dance the dance of your people! And then go ahead and jump there, kill that one. And here come the more people. How dare they? Shit. It unequipped one of her fucking swords. Great. Oh well, I have it. That's why I put the two-hander on her.
Let's make it quick.
No wonder some of that didn't do enough damage.
Let's get to it. Time to slaughter someone. Yeah.
Fuck your stun grenades! Okay, Jay, I need you to... One there. Can you shoot into... Yes, you can. Okay. So, go ahead and buff main guy. Set that. Move, move, move!
Poised for action.
I will run forward. How dare you dodge?
Show me what you've got.
How dare you dodge?
Don't touch me.
Don't frighten
I'm
me.
here, maggot.
Yeah, until I get better weapons for Jay, I might swap. I'll keep Pasquale in and then...
High momentum.
Use my ultimate. I had the wrong ones on. Yep.
Let's set this in motion.
Go back. And then we can just run over to this guy. Jump. Jump.
Done and done.
Jump out. Run over here. Oh yeah, I get like 4 uses of the jump with
They
when
won't
I use
expect
my
this.
ults.
I know what to do.
Oh no, you tried to attack me. How dare you? Cassia, run over here, please. Go ahead and give me an
In
entire
the name
extra
of
turn.
House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
No, I'm gonna set you on fire and you're gonna die. Ah, shit, there's an enemy. There's another enemy somewhere? Where is it? Oh, it's right there. Oh, shit. Okay. I totally missed you, my guy. I'm sorry. Here, take a dance. Swap to that and turn. Because I don't know. Where's the other... Where is it? Sharpshooter Rebel right there. Okay, and Servant right there. Okay. Cassia. Cassia. Pull her out into the open. That didn't work? Why didn't that work? Is it only people that are seen? No, that one worked. Fucking bullshit. Okay. Argenta, run over here. I need you to snipe with a
Guided by
bolter.
faith.
Okay, Cabela, get over here. Dance, water, dance!
Stay vigilant.
Oh, that estate warden couldn't even kill that one? Damn.
High momentum.
Your lordship, Emperor preserve us, are you all right? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenness among the wardens of every world we visit. Pasquale's vox, quiet at first, is booming with fury by the end of his remark. Pale grayness is strangling this present... Take 2. Pale grayness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for our well-being, and yet he fears for his own even more. I'm fine. Can't say more for the... Can't say the same for the attackers. Praise the throne. If you would please follow me, I will personally escort you to the governor, where you will have the protection of walls and wardens. I'll find my own way there. Stand aside. I got people to loot. See? Chainswords. Yay. Sniper rifle.
Venture forth.
Imperium over here. Goods. Always take goods. I am going to be looking for shit.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh, okay. I did not think I was close enough to this to trigger it, but okay. Look, we can go down to the water this way. Could we perhaps take a brief detour for a closer look? Fuck yeah, we can.
Pay attention.
Forgive me for so boldly stealing you away from the others. It's just, I simply wish to spend just a brief moment admiring the breathtaking nature of this place. Reflected in Cassia's eyes, the bright blue sky looks as though it is engulfed in a blazing sunset. Within the station's walls, I could never hope to see anything like this. A sky or a sea or green leaves. I only knew them from meager memories of my childhood. Or perhaps my mind simply made those up. Even my books, my heart and mind blissful escape, could only do little to help me. When a scribe grows so used to what surrounds them each and every day, they begin to take it for granted, and they never think to write just a few lines about it. But for me, to marvel at the grand canopy of the sky again is a true blessing. Pick a nearby flower and give it to Cassia. Here is a chance to take a small piece of this place with you. Cassia gingerly accepts the flower from your hand. Its petals are like velvet, and the fragrance, it is both sweet and spicy. A fascinating specimen of the local plant life, and I do not remember seeing it in the great concordance of flora and verdure within the Cronus expanse, recorded by Magos biologist Clarissa Prott. Cassia stops herself sheepishly. Although I suppose I simply ought to thank you for it. This flower is very beautiful indeed. In that case, I imagine you've never set foot in sea waters before. Would you like to try? Step into the sea. Me? Cassia glances uncertainly at the playful foam licking the sandy shore. Offer her your hand. There is nothing to fear. We shall just let our feet soak a little. Intrigued, Cassia cocks her head to the side. Mischievous dashes of yellow and lilac are fluttering in the wind like fans all around you. I have never seen you exude such colors before. How unexpected. Cassia gives you a quick nod and warily stretches out her long, narrow hand. It is cold to the touch. No. There's a dead body right there. The sea. It's so wet and cold, and the tiny pebbles tickle my feet. Cassia's reserved seriousness gives way to genuine wonder. I never thought it would be so agreeable. And a little startling. Thank you for encouraging me. Cassia catches herself, her expression changing in a flash. She gently frees her hand and awkwardly looks away. Move closer to Cassia and silently take in the view. Cassia relishes every breath of fresh air, her eyes half closed, listening to the sounds of birds hidden from view by the treetops. When the tips of your fingers touch lightly, Cassia starts, but does not remove her hand. Several minutes pass in timid silence, like mere moments, and eventually she pulls away. This place eases the soul, wouldn't you agree? It's time we were on our way. Already? Yes, of course. Cassia gives an azure expanse of the sea a parting gaze and whispers quietly, I think I know what my next painting will be. I know what it'll be if I have any say about it. 10 fellowship, 10 commerce. What is her... She's dogmatic, right? Yeah, adherent. Okay. Which means I can give her this. because she uses fellowship. And she's also good for Lore Imperium. And it also gives commerce, which apparently something of hers needs.
Let's see this through.
Grab the goods. Thank you. She's not up here yet. I know that. I just want to see if there's any items to get. Like here. Grab the goods. Always grab the goods. Okay, I think that's everywhere. Well, no, there's over here. Aha! Goods. More goods.
Stay sharp.
Ba, 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 ba. Okay, time to head back. We go talk to her, and then we get the one lady I am looking forward to. Honestly, other than Cassia was my main love interest character, because I just liked how it was done.
Be advised. All
Upon seeing you, the guard at the door lets out a frightened yelp and doubles over in a low bow. Your lordship, the most honorable Calcroc Nigel von Valancius. The governor is awaiting you in her office, where she is protected by walls and guards. Would you prefer to meet with her alone or with your entourage? Alone for now. Vistenza Janus Viat Ab Aram Af Kronos is furiously swiping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your lordship, accept my abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined... You can stop apologizing. I'm not offended. Thank you, your lordship. Believe me, I am infinitely sorry that the troubles of Janus have reached us even here, the most protected place on Janus. The companion standing next to Vistenza respectfully bows her head. She is doggedly trying to turn her head towards you, but it is obvious she is watching you through her lowered lashes. Trying not to turn her head towards you. One of your wardens helped us in battle. A superb shot. Who was it? You must be referring to Yurlit, our chief ally in the struggles against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations, given the undoubted advantages she brings. You see, Yurlit comes from the local degenerate stock of this world, and knows Janus like the back of her hand. So she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit that at times I am tempted to send her away from the estate. Her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. If you wish to speak with her, you will find her outside in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others. Footfall Station is in the verge of starvation. Can Janus supply the people there with provisions? Yes and no, your lordship. If the question is, can such an expansive and fertile world as this one feed a few thousand void rats? Of course it can. We lose more provisions to gnawing pests every cycle than those on Footfall could eat in their entire lives. But can we ship said provisions to Footfall? Not a chance. Any cargo shuttles that leave the surface will be targets for attack. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos could become targets of sabotage, food could be poisoned or mined. The logistics of transporting supplies to Footfall will only be possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. What the fuck is happening on this planet? Several months ago, uprisings broke out on Janus. I was not even notified at first. Griping worms are for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. Vistenza shakes her head, and then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. They have already brought 13 agri-complexes to a halt and have now moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet again. Can Janus fulfill its foodstuff supply under the current conditions? I risk angering you, your lordship, but this is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Hey, thank you for the follow. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most talented logistic experts of the Administratum are unable to guarantee stable tithes when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport, and the terrified peasants are indulging in dangerous minority within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. What is my build? Currently, two-blade, blade dancer, executioner, psyker. Pyro and bio. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search if we had ships at our disposal. Ships like yours, your lordship. Perhaps you will find a way to support your subjects in their hour of need. I'm sure even approximate coordinates would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship's crews work together to hunt down the enemy. I am also going to be going mostly iconoclast. A little bit dogmatic, maybe, but mostly iconoclast. I promise you, Governor, I will hunt down the seeds of rebellion and heresy on your planet and burn them to ash. Specifically the heresy. I really don't like heresy. Concern appears in Visteza's eyes. The resolve and valor of the von Valancius dynasty knows no bounds. I am immeasurably thankful for your help. If any of those who attacked the estate had survived, then perhaps they could have been a valuable source of information. But you made an example of them for the rest of the foolish rabble. Vistenza glances at the Vox. Incidentally, I did overhear the wardens talking about some kind of stranger in the area. Besides that, we still don't know who let those reprobates into the estate. The person who did it might also know something. I, as well as my retinue, are at your service. My secretary is checking the staff as we speak and removing all traces of the attack from the estate. An esteemed Magos, who is responsible for agronomic efforts on the planet, is also here. He happened to be visiting this week to deliver his personal reports. And, of course, there is my aide in the ward against the rebels, Yurlet. I have no doubt she will be delighted to share her knowledge of Janus with your lordship. For priest... going for priest/blade dancer and future assassin. I hope that works with you. I've found an issue with going blade dancer into assassin because isn't assassin, don't you want to attack the specific point? But blade dancer is number of attacks. So it works out a little bit less easily. It still works, it's just a bit more annoying because I made the companion blade dancer into a assassin in a personal game I'm playing on the side, and that's the issue I've found with that one. It still works. It's just a little bit of an issue. I must take my leave. I want the Eldar companion. Give her to me now. Let me leave. Or Blade Dancer Vanguard. That could work. Because Vanguard is the one that gives you the countering ability. Like, if you dodge or parry, you get to counter, right? Blade Dancer Assassin works great.
Cass, light of mine eyes, have you ever considered dyeing your hair? With your house's wealth, you could afford the finest treatments.
Especially with the leap.
Why ever would I do that? I perceive the hues.
I mean, if
swirling
you
in
have
people's
enough
souls.
leaps, yeah.
Their masks cannot
guess.
deceive my gaze.
I don't know. I've had like a little bit of an issue with it when I was doing it myself. If you think it's good and you want to try it, go right ahead. I'm not going to sit here and be like, "No, don't do it," cuz I'm not smart. I wasn't using her in the very interesting fashion that Veril pointed out to me until just now. I was mostly using her with the like damage debuff instead of the movement thing.
Indeed.
But Veril pointed out
I've
the
not
movement thing
seen
was
many
really good.
places that flaunt such luxury.
You hit
If you were to
exploits so
scrape
often.
all the
I don't know. I
gilding
just
from
didn't
every
have. I
temple on
haven't had a lot of
footfall, it would
uh,
still be less than there
good
is here.
access to that. But it could just be me being a dumbass.
Deserve such honor? Are they the chosen servants of the Undying One? Or do they glorify themselves rather than him?
I love the assassin. Okay, Yearlit, hello.
Iliad Lenevus greets you,
Yearlit,
Elantark.
okay. Hello. Henrix tosses out some words in a strange language. There's a hint of muscularity to it, but the interrogator's rendering is harsh and off-putting. After meeting the gaze of the unknown being, he turns to you. Regrettable news, Kalkarok Nagel. This creature is not a mutant, as the locals assume, but a representative of the Eldari. One of the myriad enemies of humanity. You should not trust this creature. Do not communicate with it any longer than necessary.
There is no need to mutilate my language, monkey. I speak yours well enough to converse with Elantark without a translator. And since you have discerned my path, I will be direct in my speech.
You hope for more archetypes in the future? Well, I do know... Well, since the Blade Dancer came with the 2 archetypes, I'm pretty sure the Arbites one, the DLC that the Arbites is coming in, whenever that is, that's going to probably have 2 as well. A lot of people have been wanting, like, a pet-focused archetype, which would work with Arbites, because apparently they have Cyber Mastiffs. Would be amazing.
My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the Governor against her enemies. Will you hear me? Or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
Just give us Mechanicus with robots or servitors. I would like that too, that as well. Like, give me the ability to actually be like Mechanicus going into a rogue trader. I mean, yes, that overlaps with him, but honestly, I'm already overlapping with fucking the Blade Dancer lady. If you go shooty, you kind of overlap with, Sister of Battle. My brain just died there. Fuck. Yeah. I will speak with you, Yearlit Lanevis, but keep your hands where I can see them. Henrix makes a sound of disapproval. Reckless. Yeah, well, fuck you, Henrix. Must I remind you, Master Van Kalox, that the warrant endows rogue traders with the sacred right to have dealings with Xenos when necessary. That exceptional memory of yours seems to have let you down.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
So you're the Governor's mysterious helper.
I am Elantark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people. and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
Well, I mean, you only shot twice. I slaughtered how many? Why are you helping the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
What do you know about the rank and file rebels?
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
Yurlit's face is unreadable, but you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully. Do you know who is behind the uprisings on the planet?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
Why do you keep calling me Elentalk?
Because that is what you are. Elentalk means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
Your answers are not particularly helpful, except for that last one. That one was actually kind of nice. Thank you.
But you are not asking for help, Elentalk. You are merely asking questions, the answers to which are either unimportant or wreathed in shadow. Explore this place. Speak to those who know. A simple task for you, and an insurmountable challenge for me, since my very appearance provokes fear and suspicion. When you learn anything, tell me. Perhaps then my answers will be helpful to your search.
If you want, you can join me. None of the locals will dare look askance at you in the rogue trader's presence.
So be it. I will go with you.
Kalkrok Nagel, with all due respect, are you sure this is the right decision? We know nothing about this Xenos or why she has wormed her way into the governor's confidence. As far as I can tell, she isn't especially keen to help us, and yet for some obviously dark reason, she has decided to take part in our investigation.
My judgments and choices are for me alone, Monkey. If uniting with your master will bring peace to the Lilithon, then it is the true path. Do not get in my way if you value your next breath.
You have not yet spent enough time among humans if you think threats will dispose me more favorably towards you. The decision is yours, Rogue Trader, but let me be clear. I will exterminate your Xeno pet at the first sign of her noncompliance.
I am ready, Elentalk.
Well, you can fucking try.
Forth.
I will parry your bullets. Psychic. She's a ranger. Paul's past Fazca. She gets to... Yep. Yeah, go ahead and take Jay out. Keep Pascal for now. Let me go ahead and upgrade her. I go Bounty Hunter. Claim the bounty. Kill spoils. Whenever an ally kills the prey, makes it easier. Might not be the best choice, but it is my choice. Sniper gloves. Metronome. Give her bonus to Lore Imperium. Why the fuck not? Tech Priest players having augmentations like extra limbs for holding weapons and guns/rifles. Something that give us basically Pasquale's ability to have both a two-handed weapon and a two-handed gun equipped in the exact same time would be great. And then all the fucking Mechandrites that you can put on him. Kills target with exploit using a single or deadeye shot. The nearest enemy immediately gains one exploit. So that or 3 logistics. For now, make it so you can't catch on fire. I don't really have any other reason to do that. Just make it so you can't catch on fire. Heal yourself if anything bad happens. Grenade, gas grenade. Why not? There we go.
Onward to victory.
Onward to victory. Where do I need to go? Okay, so I need to go up there and down there. And this guy. Hello. The stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing information on a data slate, while he is quietly whirring mechanical arms fill a long scroll with writing. Upon noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile and deferentially bows. The light in his eyes of the servo skull hovering over his right shoulder gently pulsate. Your lordship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself. Attilis Quint, Perfectus of the Officio Agriculturate. I will preserve the record of our conversation forever. Tech priest / soldier or operative for ranged build with tech priest. I'd probably go operative operative for that. What is happening on the planet? Alas, your lordship, rebellions have caused us too many problems in recent times. The rebels are interfering with established processes, interrupting supplies, sabotaging the Seraph's work. A few nobles have even been killed, and worst of all, some of the victims occupied important administrative posts. Until their replacements pass their checks, complete all their induction forms, and go through the official appointment procedure, important paperwork is going unsigned. It's a bureaucratic catastrophe! The absence of a required signature is, of course, the most horrifying thing about this situation. Indeed it is! Financial reports, logistic directives, waybills for food shipments. Without the signature of the most respected and now deceased head of House Zacharias, shipments to settlements in Agris 24 have been stopped. The heirs are still dealing with the transfer of holdings, and incoming reports tell us that a quarter of the workings in the affected settlements have already died of starvation, while most of those remaining have left the perimeter and have not yet returned to their designated places. If things continue in this vein, I dare not even imagine what it could lead to. There are worlds that are ravaged by war for generations. Generations, your lordship! Like that deranged planet by the nameless star, so close to our own peaceful system. The inhabitants there supposedly live under the patron of rogue trader Winterscale. I shudder to think of what he has created there. Or even if they got rid of the only one melee and ranged weapon, 2 nearby weapons. 2 heavy weapons. Yeah! Yeah. What are you doing to combat the rebels? Our security service are tracking those who support the rebels, and our regular wardens are wiping out these saboteurs without the slightest mercy. But they keep on appearing. My scribes have run off their feet, keeping records of all the public hearings and executions, but I'm confident that the governor will find a solution soon. That's enough. I must take my leave. I know there's a Xeno skull I can get from him, but I can't... All it seems to do is piss Yearlit off, but I always think that of taking the skull and then being like, here, give whatever funeral rite your people have to this person, whatever. Like, I'm returning it to you. I am taking it from him, and giving it back to you. But I can't do that because it won't fucking let me. Dried berries. Let me take those.
Marching ahead.
Oh, there's another loot down there. What did I miss? There's the Lore Imperium here. There is something lootable. But I'm not seeing it.
I did it?
'Cause I'm seeing a loot. But I'm not, like, on the overmap, but I'm not seeing it on here. Oh, well. It's not going to be anything too important.
Forge ahead, never linger.
The hulking man dressed in uniform marks him out as a officer of the gubernatorial wardens, is closely monitoring subordinates as they surround the building. Sensing your approach, he whips around and face going pale as he offers a low bow. Your lordship, please do not stray too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack has holed himself up in there. He could be dangerous. What's going on here? Ready to report, your lordship. We conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All of the assassins were arrested or neutralized except for one. The officer scowls darkly. He sealed himself inside. He's already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him, but there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last dregs of dirt from the estate. I have only one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The rogue trader is here, and the longer you delay, the more you put his life needlessly at risk. The officer flinches slightly from Abelard's snarl. It's inexcusable, your lord. The barrels of poison were only just delivered, but we're ready to begin now. One Ashmag is up against all the wardens of this estate, yet he's still causing trouble. On Efreet, we would have already made captain, or he would have already been made captain and put in charge of the governor's security. For the Exalted One knows he has more brains than all of you combined. The officer tugs nervously at his collar, which appears to have suddenly become too tight for his comfort. We'll fix this right away. I swear it on the throne. Who is he? Officer's brows furrows. To tell you the truth, your lordship, I'm more concerned with clearing the area right now than with his identity. We're not expecting to get any valuable intel from him, unless we find something on his corpse after we've done the job. I want to talk to the person inside. Are you sure? It's not exactly safe, your lordship. The officer's eyes involuntarily sweep over you, sizing you up. You dare question me? Out of my way. The officer seems to remember himself and offer another low bow. Forgive me, your lordship. Act as you see fit. As the officer signals, the other wardens make a differential step back, clearing a path to the door. When you approach the solid-looking door, a high, boyish voice shouts out, "Piss off! You won't take me alive! Better to put a bullet in my brain than let the governor's dogs get their hands on me." I am Kalkrok Nagel, rogue trader and sovereign of this planet. In the name of the Emperor, open this door. Do you think I'm an idiot? Take your lies and choke on them, you and your damn mistress. How dare you fail? Examine the door. The door looks solid, formidable, but you notice dark marks on the hinges. A sure sign that the material is degraded. The lock doesn't look new either. With a suitable tool, you could easily be opened. Pick the lock. It takes you half a minute to figure out the archaic mechanism. With a soft click, the door opens, answering your... something. Call. Inside is poorly lit, but you spot a person standing in the far corner. He is desperately gripping a discharged lasgun in his hand. At the sight of you, his eyes widen in recognition and fear. It can't be the rogue traitor! The young man, practically a boy, falls to his knees and stretches out his bloody hands towards you. His clothes are burned on one side and grimy with baked in blood. Your lordship, have mercy! You are the sovereign of this planet. Only you have the power to save us. This is one of the elusive and cunning rebels of the governor has been fighting for months. Really? Youth is a time of recklessness. I heard that said more than once in the Schola Progenium, and during my novenate, but youth is also a time of directness. Let us listen to this young man before we judge him. Adira looks at Argenta a little confused, as if she did not expect such gentleness from her. I agree with the sister here. People don't become rebels just because everything in their lives is rosy. And the kid's green as grass. It'd be a shame to kill him for nothing. Something is wrong on Janus. I can feel it. Maybe he can shed some light on what's going on. Save you from what? From Governor Vyat! Everyone here knows what she's doing to us. We've put up with it for a long time, hoping that somebody would intervene to help us, but nobody ever did. She's turned the whole system, the whole world, into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like groks from the settlements, supposedly to go to the palace, and they're never seen again. Her servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits. And while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones. Yurlit's face twists. Sacrifices, madness, pain, and death. Even in so primitive a society as this, such rites seem senseless. Not worthy of such efforts. What is this, a random quirk of nature or something darker? I was taught that peasants have a tendency to exaggerate their suffering due to sloth and weakness in spirit, but this young man... Vermilion thorns pierce every centimeter of his body, and gray shackles binds his hands and feet and neck. There are no lies in his words, only in terror and desperation without end. You're telling me people are seeing evil spirits? Yes! Others are going feral and attacking their loved ones, and then there's... The boy lowers his voice. People say in some settlements, well, they've stopped upholding the law altogether. Imperial law and the law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals. Who's behind the rebels? He swallows nervously and looks at you with fear. Your lordship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell out my brethren. It's over for me, but the others, I won't betray them. There is no end to the war on this planet until I get a handle on the situation. But to do that, I need to meet with your leader. The boy hesitates for a few seconds and then his head drops limply. As long as you keep your word. I've never been to their camp. None of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine, and he said that the governor's dogs will pay for their reprisals in the settlements. But that's not where they're hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folk. We have it all worked out so that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. But I swiped the chief's Vox. I thought after I killed the governor, I could use the message coordinates to find the base and hide out there. The boy retrieves a Vox from his pocket and holds it out to you with a shaking hand. That's everything I know, your lordship. Get up and come with me. I give you my word as rogue traitor. You will live. The rebel looks at you with bewilderment and then bows low before you. When he speaks, his voice trembles. Your lordship, thank you. Thank you for this kindness. I never thought I'd survive this. The officer of the wardens casts a disdainful look over the rebel before turning his gaze to you. Your lordship, I honor your bravery. Please allow me to get rid of this rat for you. Escort this man safely to the perimeter of the estate. He's free to go. A dumbfounded expression appears on the officer's face. With the deepest respect to your lordship, the officer thinks better of his next words and abruptly bows. It will be done. He's just a kid. I leveled up! Yay! And more loot! Ooh. disinfection device. Yay, level up. Okay. Let's see. It's just ults. It's just the second ults. Easy level up. Easy level up. Oh, there's some goods there. 3 grenades.
Venture
Nice.
forth.
These are marks of corruption. Yep. Pasquale, go unlock that chest. Thank you. Draped in a red cloak, the Magos' body barely looks human. Wires, tubes, and metal manipulators turn him into a whimsical machine, while implants hide his face behind a sinister mask. The tech priest intermittently dictates something in technolingua to the servo skull floating next to him, but at your approach he falls silent and offers a reserved bow. Greetings, your lordship. Lex Mechanic Vinzelix. How may I serve you? Pasquale and Lexicanum and the Lex Mechanic exchange trills of binaric greeting. The series of sounds issued by Vinzelix sounds much longer and more differential than those of Pasquale. I found this on the body of a dead rebel. Can you tell me anything about the species? Your blessing of the examination, Magos. The Lex Mechanic awaits respectively until Pasquale nods. The tech priest studies the dried berries and goes still. You hear the distinct clinks of his cerebral cogitators processing this information. Creeping Creeweed. A typical plant of the Western Hemisphere. You've studied the possibilities of industrial cultivation. The process was found to be insufficient due to the specific requirements of the soil, which is found in the right composition only in the archipelagos of the planet. Tell me about Janus. Initializing report. The planet's soil possesses a unique composition suitable for the re-engineering of the planet and the mass production of foodstuffs. Significant cultivation of the Eastern Hemisphere with the aim of improving production processes and logistic operations, traces of xenoactivity that do not pose an immediate threat to ongoing operations. Undesirable pathologies of flora and fauna have been noted, which may pose a threat in the short term. What pathologies of flora and fauna? Genetic and chemical pathologies, your lordship. Harmless species mutate and become aggressive, while plants change their chemical composition and become poisonous. This is happening more and more often, and if no action is taken, the ecosystem of the world will be irreparably disrupted. The changes may be artificial. Has the possibility been conducted that someone is manipulating the ecosystem to reduce our living space? Not at all, venerable Magos. Our tech comrades from the Magos biologists are humble workers, not warriors. They could not have come up with a thought of such a militant nature. The mind must be open to all forms of knowledge. I order you to commence a check. In the event that your account of the indolence of their minds is confirmed, I will petition for the appropriate penance. Interesting. It is often what seem to be insignificant anomalies like these that lead to greater troubles. It is the Lilithon's wrath. Wrath that is becoming manifest in nature itself. In the workings of this world, may the gods preserve us. How did we not notice this sooner? Hurlit glances at you before immediately looking away. Traces of xenoactivity? According to data obtained during the initial survey, ruined structures of non-human origin were noted in different sectors of the planet, but I did not have the administrative capacity to study them more in detail. For now, I must defer the quest for knowledge. The Lex mechanic speaks the last word with a distinct envy, his eyes fixed on Magos Hunaman. How is the governor dealing with the undesirable pathologies? I have analyzed the genome of the affected species, and I am currently developing suppressor genes to make the planet's organisms resistant to pathology, but so far I've not been able to solve the problem. Further exploration of the planet would perhaps speed up these processes, but the administrative apparatus has imposed a ban on expeditions that are not directly aimed at improving production. Let's talk about something else. We'll speak later, as you wish. I think that's everything, and now she'll tell me when I go to my ship. Alantok, Yerlet greets, gestures for your attention. As you once sought my help, now I am seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth from you. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way, on the condition that you bring me to them. I don't think the rogue trader needs your revelations right now, Xenos. That is even assuming that you are not lying now as well. Jay lets out a faint chuckle. Your kind are usually a bit better at bargaining. Always offer what can't be obtained with torture or thrones. Why'd you not say anything? No other path was open to me. But now our paths are aligned, and my decision was motivated not by my caprice, but by reason, which compels me now to be honest with the person who can fix all of this. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they are all traces of the same calamity. A calamity that will eclipse all the strife and wars on the face of this world. All the signs were plain to see, but I was here and the Monkai failed to recognize the coming storm. Please, follow me, Kalkrok Miguel. You must, if this world truly matters to you. If one of the Imperium worlds in danger... Nah, I believe you. Read on. Thank you, Elentok. You must truly have been brought here by Providence for... No. It was your will alone that brought you here, which has become a blessing for the Lilithon. Let's go, Elentok. I pray to the gods that we are not too late. I like her a lot. Jungles!
I considered these forests my home for a time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
I know which way to go, but I also want to go over here because more fights, more shit, more loot and shit.
Your execution is assured. Show them no mercy.
Damn it, we're under attack. Kill the intruders! Stop. Lower your weapons. Hold on, brothers. I'll call for backup. Glimpse of fate on you. And by you, I mean me, and then we will gaze on everyone except my guys. God, I love Cassia. Let's see, backline.
Let's make it quick.
Yeah, when you use her correctly, which now I am using her kind of more correctly. Okay, Argenta, move up. Burn in holy fire! Go run over here. And Dance of Blades. I should have thrown the blood first. My mistake. I also keep forgetting to give her one things to buff herself.
I shall not be caught by the web.
I seriously did not need to do that, but I did it. That made that fight so short. Pack is specked with black tracks and scratches. Judging by the evidence of the landing and takeoffs, flying machines land here on a regular basis. It could be one of the local types of shuttles. Grab that. Or Xenos. The remains of an ancient structure are visible under the green canopy.
I harbored higher expectations.
Covered in deep lacerations. Horrible.
Cast your eye there.
Warp. This plant's a once harmless shrub has now completely changed. We have warp mutations! The touch of she who thirsts. Reduce the recoil of all automatic weapons by 50%. That's good for Argenta. Because lots of recoil. These creatures were once so timid, so reticent. Could the seed of evil have truly taken root in them as well? Yep. Go there. Honestly, just start. That one didn't move that much. That didn't move the right way. Those in the front. Go ahead and put this down just so people get better defense here. Nope, wait, that's right first. Berg Sanguinate first. Joke's on you, I dodge.
I said, so done.
Buff. Thank you for dodging, Earlet. Claim the bounty. Double shot that one if it's still alive. That's if it's still alive.
High momentum.
Dance macabre. Alt. There we go. Two things of goods. Box tower was assembled from parts clearly not ascended, not created to use them. There's a hidden box back there. Now we go over to here. Because now we go down. Athletics to go down. Hello. Okay, Cassia. Oh, I can't move? I can't place anyone. Okay, so just go to move then. Uh-oh.
Out of my way.
That screwed up a bit.
Hold on.
Let's see if that fixed it. Just skipping. No, it's still showing.
Here we go.
As if I was still. Okay, I had to. That annoys me.
As the tenants demand. The shadows will sleep down.
And another jump.
Haha. Brings me no pleasure.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Let's make it quick.
Someone.
Okay, Hurlet, run there. Select that one. Select this one. Select that one. Oh, that showed that it was gonna hit the one behind him as well. That lied to me. But it fucking does that. Piece of shit. Okay, Argenta, run this way. And then dash up there. Can't use the flamer. But I can use the heavy bolter. No, it's not a heavy bolter, it's just a bolter. Okay, Pasquale. You're going up here, buddy. You're gonna axe that guy. A question. I was going to select him as that. Select that one as a target. And select that one as a target.
The scriptural problem. High momentum. Request denied. My competencies are not that universal.
Okay, I don't know why that's not working on him, but it's fine. Do that. Myself.
Let's set this in motion.
Buff. Set myself on fire. Make the fire
I know what to
permanent.
do.
Run over here. And then run back. It at least gets me one kill. Okay, now Cassia. Now we can have you actually do something a little bit.
Try to die with grace, at least. If I may.
There's a Fate Yearlit. Save that. Save the final
Let's
tower.
get to it.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Run up here, dance blade.
My blade whispers your name. Come, the other side awaits. Death is a blessing.
Sniper in melee range.
Show me what you've got.
If I
Get my
must.
cover. And then use that.
Out of my way.
Argento, run up there. Dash as close to that as you can, and then go ahead and shoot it. Aw, you missed. That's fine. Okay, Pasquale, my buddy, my boy, my guy. They're out of range. Okay, let me go ahead and do some damage to this guy for Yearlit. Nyum. Go ahead and set you on fire. And then might as well make it permanent. Cassia. Buff Yearlit again. Give Yearlit that buff. Go into cover. Enter. Oh, there's a sharpshooter rebel up there. Maybe. I forgot she already ran up there.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
In the name of... Jump! Enter.
Hold on.
When are the Eldar gonna show up? I know they're here. Good job. And then shoot that one.
Here we go.
Oh, you really think you're gonna hit me? You poor fool. Wait, how did you not hit your own guy? That's bullshit. I'm gonna ult. Because the servitor is kind of annoying.
As said, so done. They won't expect this.
Oh no, I've killed everyone, and now the two Eldari show up. What the fuck? They normally show up much earlier than that. Stop, my kin, it is me. I don't think they care. Sadly, her vision is a bit off, but I can pull one of them.
I will not fail the craft world.
Oh, you won't? No, that's just too bad.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
I never said you were. I
This
really
kingdom
wish
is
they would
beneath me.
fucking take that voice line away. It's very annoying. She says it so much.
I answer the call.
You just went point blank. You're an idiot. I don't even need anybody else. Pasquale, end this fucker. Or he'll parry you. That's fine. That's also fine.
High momentum.
Because you get a second strike. Yurliet's usual dispassionate fate is contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Your elucidator activates when she begins speaking in her own language. I swear on Cain's riven heart, Mirarin, you will pay for your treachery. May Moria Heg sunder your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Eldanish flood your throat. I don't know who you're talking about, but I promise I'll gladly help you pour the cup of suffering down their throat. Yurliet closes her eyes, sucks in a breath through her teeth, and quickly murmurs something. When she opens her eyes, her face is once again a mask of cool serenity. She looks at you and begins to speak, this time in Low Gothic. Please excuse me, Elentok. I allowed the turmoil of my soul to win out over my reason. A slip like that could cost me more than you can even know. My very soul. I must be more careful, even in the face of treachery. Who is Murian? What treachery are you talking about? Murian is the one responsible for the rebels against the ruler of Janus. But allow me to tell you everything from the beginning. We call ourselves the Children of Assyrian. Eldari is another name of ours. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one such maiden world, the Lilithon, a haven that our ancestors made for our kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived among the ruins, until you humans came here. We are the heirs. We are entirely within our right to call the maiden world our own. However, our arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming. Sorrow seeps into Yurlet's voice. We belonged to craft world Krudarach, which fell on the border of the star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amidst the stardust along with our abode. Destroying an Eldari craft world is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it. Abelard, now is not the time. Night, Varel. Destroyed a craft world. Jay breaks off and then Hurley whispers to you. Hey, Cockrock Miguel, if we get a chance, we should check this place out. Even if the craft world was blasted to bits, anyone who finds a piece of it will make a fortune. An angry Vox crackle interrupts Jay. However, Pascal confines himself to the threatening gesture, obviously not wanting to bicker in front of the Eldari about who has the right to plunder the world of her kin. His green visor flashes with interest. Pascal carefully clarifies which border exactly? You don't need to know that, Iron Monkai. I'm aware of your looting practices. After the calamity, the Lilithon offered my kin a sanctuary, a place of respite in the ruins of our ancestors, under the canopy of the forest created by the wisdom of our world singers. Living alongside your kind who reap the fruits of our labors with such vulgarity. You came to Janus along with the rest of the Eldari? No. My path brought me here to the Lilithon later. Yurliet hesitates. By another route. It was Mirarin who welcomed me here. He was one of the surviving Farseers of Kurdarach. He was with a handful of the Assyrian, who had escaped death and found the path here, to the destroyed cradle of our kind. They were outraged when they saw how the Monkai have ravaged our flourishing garden. How are your kin connected to the uprising on the planet? The Assyrian do not enter battles they cannot win. However, it is in our power to direct the currents so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. And so it was in this case. Mirarin, the Farseer from Kudrach, saw a future without the Monkai, and we followed his lead. We simply used the Monkai's passion against them, their love of freedom and anarchy, their love of domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotion rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the Monkai, who rose up against the ruler of this world. I had a different mission, to become Vistenzia's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of the humans had never seen a child of Assyrian before, and so she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of Monkai dwelling far from their own kind. Why did your own kind attack you? I do not know the answer to that question. Juliet lowers her head. Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests and my kin. They cannot have forgotten me, can they? Why are you telling me this? What brought on this candor? Elentok, your arrival has thrown my path into disarray, and lifted the veil on the truth that has been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the human's ruler, I failed to see the signs. Signs that there was another threat looming over the Lilithon besides the Monkai deeds. The threat should be familiar to you, as it is to other intelligent species in the galaxy. We call it Silantresh. She who thirsts, goddess of chaos. Silantresh and She Who Thirsts are the names the Eldari give to the chaos god Slanesh, their ultimate enemy. Slanesh is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures, and is known for their fickle and treacherous nature. Disfigurements. It seems you call these mutations are the surest sign of this threat. By mutilating living forms, this malevolent power subjugates them and bends them to its will. You have seen the deformities in the face of those who are closer to the Lilithon's body than others, the rebels who hide under the canopy of these forests. The Monkai are weak in spirit. They are susceptible to the propositions of She Who Thirsts, and in their drive to attain her poisoned gifts, they perform perverse rituals in her name, rituals that require sacrifices, like the Monkai who were brought to the palace and never seen again. The Lilithon's world spirit senses the threat and resists as much as it is able. The living things that inhabit this world are becoming its weapons, weapons turned against the Monkai. Poisonous plants, rabid beasts. These are like the blade in the Lilithon's hand as she fights the coming Silantresh. The signs that have been revealed to me, they all indicate the presence of corruption on this world. Tendrils of corruption may be threading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for corruption to take hold of the planet so quickly requires effort. Effort directed by the will of another. Juliet pauses. I believe Vistenza Viat is in the thrall of the will of Silantresh. What? Vistenza Viat? The governor who has duly served the dynasty and the Imperium for decades? Kalkarok Nigel, I hope you will not stand for such scurrilous slander aimed at one of your finest servants. As lamentable as it may be, the Imperium's history knows many cases where even the most steadfast followers of the Creed would turn away from his light. Governor Viat had to tap into many founts of knowledge to turn Janus into a prosperous agri-world. Perhaps one of those fonts became her undoing. Ah, Xenos, such wonderful creatures, Serene. Just before we came, Pointiers spent their days serving the governor, but the moment the wind changed, she started regaling us with tragic tales about her people's dismal fate and the world's plight, and we humans are to blame for everything, naturally. Jake clicks her tongue and glances at Yearlit with suspicion. Although there is a grain of sense in her words, I will give her that. Honestly, given how she acted, yeah, I trust your judgment, Yearliet. Vistenza will be punished for her betrayal. The only punishment for such a crime is death, Elentok. The one who steps onto the path of Silantresh forfeits the light forever. Silantresh is deceitful and cunning. She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of a wicked ideal. The ruler of the Monkai perhaps does not even know that her soul has been corrupted. If we want to meet with the leaders of the uprising, we better keep moving. Loot everything! Every fucking thing! Including the Eldari! A shuriken catapult, which is a rifle. An Eldari chainsword. Loot. More loot. Hated loot. All the loot. It is ours. Oh yeah. There's this thing. Because there's that goods there that I missed. Or I didn't miss. I missed it in my personal playthrough.
Never doubt me.
Pasquale, go unlock that. 97% chance. Do it. Hold the fuck up. There's another trap.
The Emperor favors me
Now,
today.
Pascal, go unlock that. Let's see. Because wears agility by 5 and athletics by 10. Ooh. Sadly, that doesn't do good for either of us because we have ones that... Well, it might do good for her. So, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So we have 2 Eldari chain swords, and then these 2 for you. Go ahead and equip that in the offhand. I could equip the Venom Blade. The only difference is it would be better if it had like, hey, it causes poison on hit. But no, you have to use its specific attacks to get the poison. Which is annoying. Understandable, but annoying. Lord Xenos, which means you get to go disarm it. Thank you, Yerlet. Lilithon of turning a lifeless dead world into a blooming garden. Go grab that. That's some loot that we missed. We take all the loot. We do not leave loot.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh yeah, that's totally chaos corruption. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's nothing else it could be.
Duty prevails.
Other than... Ah, I'm missing some more. Okay, we'll run back, don't worry. Before we continue too far. Go down here, there might be something down here. Like that. The back of the corpse's head, there's a strange, narrow hole that doesn't look like... Loot! Grants plus 10 agility and perception for Asiri and Drukari only. Oh, so she gets a special necklace. Okay. I mean, that's good. A plus 10 bonus to some specific stats that she uses? Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's run back up here. Grab that, and then grab the diversionist. More kitties! Go there, Cassia. Make them both come there. Fury. I mean, why not? Time for the dance of blood! Blood vial. I forgot to activate that. Oh shit.
I will
Argenta, go
bathe
there.
this battlefield in righteous fury.
And then I get to run up and kill the last one. Lord Xenos.
I have learned much in my exile.
Disarm the traps.
Never doubt me.
We're gonna finish this planet. Trying to open a wraith gate, huh? Or a webway? Yeah, I think it's a wraith gate and it opens the webway. The tall being in a fine long garment turns to you, their face hidden behind a blank visor of their helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance, you feel the air around the figure grow cold. Monkai, you should not be here. Yurliet strides forward, her eyes flashing. Muraran, I am calling you to account. You said the great danger threatening the Lilithon lurked in the hearts of the Monkai, in their greed and ignorance, and all the while another enemy was looming over this world. An enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Silantresh, she who thirsts, is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me. Did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Lilithon's future? Did you lie to me? After Yurliet's word, the two Eldari behind Mirian start moving. One looks around at the leader while the other lets out a cry, muffled under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes as though the Eldari's speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Muraran makes an imperious gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Xenos with slavish devotion. The robed figure inclines his head, then they begin to speak. Yurliet the outcast. You left the path that was set out for you. You brought unknown Monkai to our refuge. And now you speak to me with unseemly anger. Your long wanderings far from Krudarach have altered your mind and tainted your sight. If I may, I would like to say something. My wanderings are the path I have chosen for myself, far from the walls of Krudarach. I have seen and come to know things that no other Eldari could, hidden away in a craft world their entire life. Why do you deny my words about Silantresh? Is it because you were lying to me and my kin when you showed us the true path? This Elantok is the first person to discover the comings of Silantresh, one of those whom the Monkai call Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words, without destiny and the true future. Monkai revealing paths? It's ludicrous. Monkai bring pain and strife. In our time and for all time. How can you trust a Monkai after what we taught you? After hearing the sorrowful song of the dying world? Muraran turns his head towards you. It was not chance that brought Kurandrach down. Monkai destroyed our ancient home, stripped us of our defenses, doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars. The colors of these Xenos are painful to behold. There is just as much pain in their hearts. Could it be fear? Despair? I cannot tell. The hues are too strange, too... Cassia flinches and a trickle of blood runs down her cheek. I'm sorry to hear that your home was destroyed, but I wasn't there and know nothing of this calamity. Muraran gazes at you intently. If these words had come from an Eldari, I would have believed them. But you are merely a Monkai, a plaything of your own passions. Any emotion that takes hold of your soul can drive out all traces of reason and honor. You are playing with words to avoid the question. Notes of desperation and rage are creeping into Yurliet's voice now. The Lilithon is under threat from our eternal foe, and yet you are more concerned about the presence of the Elantok than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your war might simply be hastening Silanthrash's triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servants, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption. Muraran leans down over Yurliet, his tone menacing. You left Kuradach in our darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us on the Lilithon, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose, Yurliet, the outcast. And you dare to insult me? A Farseer? It was a mistake to let you in our circle. You have turned our efforts to survive into dust with your own hands. I am a child of Assyrian, Muraran, not a plaything in the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Aldari's. and my path calls me to fight our true enemies, not eradicate the Monkai. If it comes to it, I will stand with them, for this Erlentalk can see what you are blind to, Farseer. Yurliet's eyes are alight with fury. She poignantly lays her hand on her weapon, looking away from the Farseer. I am willing to help the Eldari defeat the archenemy. But first, we must deal with the rebellions you have been orchestrating. Mirian turns his head towards you. So Yurliet the Outcast has revealed our secret to you. I'm sure you have something to say in that regard, Monkai. If this world is in serious danger, there is no sense in fighting each other. Let us deal with our common enemy together. The name of that danger is Monkai, and I will see to it that the Lilithon is purged of those defiling her face. Then again, there is one way to prove to me that the Monkai truly do care about the well-being of their captured world. Eliminate the ruler of the Monkai sojourning in the Lilithon, and relinquish the governing of this world to me and my kin. The Lilithon herself will stand as surely for our agreement, as will your compatriots who live on it, and the profit that you will gain by tilling this maiden world. Mirian tilts his head to the side. Our human helpers will replace the leaders of the Monkai. We will be the ones who govern the Lilithon from the shadows. And where's my guarantee that the planet and its inhabitants will be safe? You have the world of a child of Assyrian, who venerates life far more than any of you. What is more, Monkai, I have not the slightest desire to inflict harm upon the Lilithon, the land of the Eldari ancestors. Mirian says nothing for a few moments, then adds mockingly, I suppose my demands can be considered a gift to the likes of you. You could not wish for anything better than Eldari stewards to rule over Monkai without bloodshed. We shall do things another way. I shall grant my protection to this form of alliance between Xenos and representatives of humanity. Together, we shall destroy Vestenza and her associates, and then the humans and Eldari will flourish on Janus under my patronage. Ha! Great joke, Serene. Just fancy that, an alliance of humans and Xenos. That's a joke, right? The statement predicting future success is fallacious. Security dogmas are based on extensive statistical data on confrontations with xenoraces, and there have been 0 cases of successful coexistence. Lord Captain, are you, pardon my frankness, sure you haven't just bitten off more than you can chew? Who told you this idea would sit well with the locals? This is a gross violation of every sacred covenant of the Imperium. I do not know, Kalkarok Miguel, what dictates this willfulness, but I promise you, Janus will face the most serious consequences. Mirian stares at you for 7 seconds. At last she says, an alliance. That is how you interpreted what I said. Then again, if you would prefer that word, let us call it an alliance. We will protect the Lilithon, but we will do so without violence. We will work for the interest of our race and our world through trusted Monkai, while we will remain in the shadows of the forests. This will be safer for everyone. If the Lilithon remains in our charge, I am willing to come to an agreement. We will not lose another kinsman, and we will be able to tend to this world, which has suffered so many years under humanity's yoke. As regards to the ruling Monkai, Mirian makes a strange gesture, and the Eldari behind him take off running into the forest. We will help you. The rebel nods in satisfaction. That's good, that's good. Our commander should stay in charge. They'll know what to do. They'll know what's best. What pleases the God Emperor? He speaks the last word in a barely audible whisper, wincing as if in pain from a splitting headache. Yurliet gives you a long, studying look. Wait, Erlentalk. Before you leave these forests forever, take me with you. To the distant suns, the tales of the children of Assyrian on the Lilithon is coming to an end. But somewhere out there, among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind called the Expanse, there are others, deprived of home, lost, suffering. Juliet shuts her eyes and grief twists her finely sculpted features. We can help one another, Elentok. You will be my wings, and I your wounding spear. And your voice of reason should you encounter my kin. If that is still not enough, Juliet thinks for a moment and continues carefully. I promise you a wondrous reward, Elentok. The treasures of my world hidden in the vastness of space in exchange for the rescue of my kin. If you remain true to your word and do not go back on our covenant. It is an honor to welcome an Eldari wanderer into my ranks. The Eldari shifts slightly and lowers her head. A ghost of a smile appears on her lips. My heart sings at the thought of the Lilithon approaching liberation. But we must not rest while Selen Thresh's servants still mar the face of the maiden world. And remember your promise, Elentok. When we leave the Lilithon, it will be to go to the distant stars. Mirian saw them in his vision, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of my people. And I will fight beside you until the song of the stars turns into a funeral lament. We did not have to fight. I mean, I could have fought, but... I prefer trying for peace, even though he's really a douchebag.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
I mean, I could have killed them all. I could have killed them all. But I didn't want to. Oh, we leveled up. Good to know. We will do that before we go fight the followers of Slaanesh. I need to keep playing Space Marine 2. I want to fight more fucking Thousand Suns. I like the Thousand Suns. Their aesthetic pleases me. Egypt pleases me. Okay, let's level up. 1 additional AP. Yay. Weapon skill? Up the weapon skill. Yes. And I know agility is also important. I'm not ignorant to that. Fellowship. Ballistic skill. And perception. Oh wait, no. Ballistic skill. And then we get an... Ah, yeah, so he gets extra. Medicaid Macand, right? More healing. Weapon skill. Ballistic skill. Ballistic skill. And then Drukari equipment. Yes. Because there will be Drukari weapons I want to equip to her. Ba 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 ba. door guard bows obsequiously. Lord von Valentius. Lord von Valentius. We are most delighted to welcome you as our guest. Would your lordship prefer to speak to the governor alone or with your entourage? My entourage is accompanying me with the meeting with the governor. Sup, bitch? I hear you've been doing heresy. Greetings, your lordship. How may I be of assistance? She flinches when she notices Cabela standing at your side. A death cultist. My, how unexpected. Must someone face severe punishment in the Emperor's name? Someone always does. As for who and when the Undying One will tell, Cabela responds with dignity, seeming oblivious to how sinister her words sound. You neglected to mention the change in the planet's flora and fauna. Magos Vinzelix is a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary processes seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated. Forests were cleared and mountains raised across half the planet. It is no surprise we are still noticing the consequences of those changes. It is possible that the planet's mutation are connected to waste runoff from the harvesting equipment, and the changes in wildlife behavior could be reaction to the expansion of the cultivation area. Vistensia shakes her head with a laugh. Are you surprised by my knowledge of the topic? Our whole dynasty has dedicated itself to taming Janus. This plentiful yet stubborn planet, every member of the Viat bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of the planetary engineering and its consequences. Slanting a look at Pasquale, Adira remarks slightly. Looks like the sciences aren't only the preserve of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Doesn't that infringe on the authority of the esteemed Magos? The statement is true, but who do you suppose were her teachers? The Adeptus Mechanicus. All knowledge flows through us. I found the rebel's nest, Vistenza. Have you really, your lordship? And what have you learned? Everything, Vistenza. I know everything. And now you have one chance to beg for mercy. Your lordship, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You have woven your web of deceit in vain. You can no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Kalkarok Nagel has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormented Lilithon, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, Chaos Wretch. You're idiot! Vistenza exclaims breathlessly. How dare you, filthy vermin! I will have you flayed for your outburst. Your lordship, what is going on? The colors are darting to and fro like startled shadows. The colors know that they are the veil that stands between the soul and the truth. If the veil fails, all will turn red and purple. Even now I can already see the muted purple seeping through. I've already heard enough, Vistenza, but if you wish me to repeat myself, we know that your loyalties lie with the ruinous powers. Vistenza clenches her teeth so hard you hear a crack. I, daughter of House Viat, governor of Janus, and citizen of the Imperium, serve no one other than the Emperor and the von Valancius dynasty. And what are you accusing me of? Is merely a tool at my disposal. A tool that I have the power and courage to use. Do you think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No! My family struggled for decades to subdue Janus once and for all, and it was all in vain. But loyal servants of those families who have resided on Janus for centuries helped me to unlock a new source of power. Ancient knowledge, secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, and which grants power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work of my predecessors who were entrusted with Janus, who faithfully served the von Valancius dynasty, and who, with a madman's obsessiveness, hewed this rock into a stunning diamond? 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voices of angels in my ears. angels who gifted me the keys to conquer this world. And before you offend my ears with more accusations or moral admonitions, remember who has dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into the primary source of wealth in your protectorate. Remember to whom your predecessor entrusted one of her most valuable worlds without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without me, without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing. Pasquale's vox emits a pensive hiss. Behold, proof of why knowledge must remain in the hands of the worthy. Many lay people are capable of possessing it, but a wise mind that is not bound by oaths of obedience to the Omnissiah is vulnerable to corruption and free thinking, even more vulnerable than the minds of an ignorant commoner. Oh, my dear governor, the only true angelic voice on this world is going to roll like thunder right about... Your wicked deeds will not go unpunished, heretic. Now, like honey to one's ears, wouldn't you agree? What more proof do you need, Elentok? The Monkai has confessed to her handiwork. I will not allow a miscreant like you to continue wreaking evil. You have made a mistake in thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants to me! Uh-huh. Oh, that was difficult. Ooh, traps. What kind of trap? What kind of trap is it? It's probably a demolition, so... Just a bolt pistol. That's not as good. Lore for the orb. Okay, she disabled that. Good. Good. That wasn't really her expertise. Warp isn't her expertise, but luckily that worked. Pasquale, open that door. Yay, chaos! Cassia, go there. I will go up here. She will come up here next to me. Honestly, we're just gonna line up because we need to just get as close as possible. Okay, you go there, Cassia. So you're going to move everyone. Are you serious? Okay, move here. Since it wasn't letting you see. Move everyone that way.
Chaos guides me.
Take that. Buff me. Thank you. And also give me that. All the buffs. And for right now, put the front line there. Yurliet. Put it up there. Go ahead, mark you for death. Mark you as a hunt. Go ahead and mark you as a hunt. Son of a bitch! Worth it. Go into cover. Like, deeper into cover. Perfect spot. There we go. Problem is, he's gonna run out of the way. If she's still within sight, taking the shot is good. Demonette! Demonette, huh? Go there. So first off, burn that cultist. Dead.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Make sure to kill one. Do that. Increase the amount of that. Cause them to be knocked down. Perfect.
Follow my lead.
Oh, he's got a bolter. Fucking stun grenade!
Weapon at the ready.
That is the most annoying piece of shit.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Aim for the heart next time.
It works, masters.
Breathe excess. Spurn monotony. Via delights beckon you.
And here are the Eldari to help. Guardian, Guardian, Guardian.
An unbeliever.
My soul sings in ecstasy. The brink of agony.
My faith strengthens me.
Bitch!
To the weak.
Stride forwards. Your doom was foretold.
Okay. Cabela, bleed yourself. Or exsanguinate me, I guess. I guess that works too. I didn't mean to do that. Run into the middle of those enemies. Throw down blood.
As on
Holy
our old
blood. Dance of death.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
Barely taking damage.
I shall
That's
not.
fine.
To the brink of agony.
Head back.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
One's dead.
Chaos guides me.
Pasquale! Okay, I need you to move. Go there. Good job. Heal yourself with the Macandrite. Okay, and put another things on her. I'm going to rush up in order to fucking try to take down some.
Unpleasant.
Yay, no more summoning.
Such is the will of chaos.
She ran away. Weakling.
Out of my way!
Why did that one not get pulled?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Chaos guides me!
Boom shakalaka.
Break their morale!
I totally forgot that guy was there. Holy shit. Fucking stun
Follow my
grenades.
lead.
Wow. These these Aldari Guardians are like shit. I thought you were supposed to be like some epic fucking warriors. Hey, lady, I'm hi. So, yeah, about what's about to happen
I know
here.
what to do.
How did that deal 0 damage to her? That's fucking bullshit. Hey, Cassia, can you come over here and look at this lady? Okay, what the fuck is happening here? Force field. Grants a permanent 50% absorption to all incoming damage. Yeah, there's no reason why she should be taking 0 fucking damage.
Let's set this in.
Yeah, like that. That's what should have happened. Hey, you're lit. Shoot that guy. Thank you. Yurliet lowers her weapon, but her shoulders remain tense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair from her face in a fluid motion, and looks at you. You have done your duty, Elentok. From now on, the little Thon has hope for the future. A future without Silan Thresh and her followers. This world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now is the time to thank you. Yurliet bows her head slightly. I doubt Xenos are capable of eliminating heresy on the planet, called Kroknagel. But in a situation with limited resources, Thrawn preserve me if I ever repeat the sentiment, but the Eldari assistant is the best we can hope for in the short term, barring a radical solution to the problem. Sorry, the heretic is dead, now what? There is no doubt that our visit has stirred up the inhabitants of the palace, but it is unlikely their devotion to She Who Thirsts will outweigh their fear of your authority. Whatever is based on your society, you have nothing to fear. I will most likely return to Janus in the future. I must keep an eye on my worlds. Yurliet nods pensively. Slanthar's voice is dwindling. The little Thon is safe. This palace must be cleansed. Burn it, Monkai. We have fulfilled the terms of the agreement. Do not forget what you promised us, Monkai. I didn't promise you too much, to be perfectly honest. I promised that, like, your people will be safe under my leadership.
Your species is aware of mutilated forms of the Omnicide wisdom. Does anamorphic Ursat's veneration of the Deus Mechanicus exist in your culture?
We venerated Thor, the smith and craftsman, but he is nothing like your ugly deity. He has never sought to replace our souls with wraithbone sculptures.
Tenders persuasion. Enforces like carapace. Blah blah blah. Okay. More food.
Onward to victory.
I think I already looted her, so there's no need to worry about that. Go disarm that. Thank you. Goods. More trade goods. Good. Good, good, good. Pasquale, go unlock that for me. Thank you. There's a book here. Ophelius's Delanor. Notes on the nature of aristocracy. That's something to give a read at some other point. Power grips, plus 10 strength. Nothing for me, really. Why can't we kill these three? Look at them. Look at them. That's horrible. They should be put out of their misery. The secretary shaking in terror, looking around at the devastation. Your lordship! What happened? Where is Lady Viat? The secretary stares at Yurliet in horror, his face twisted, but he cannot seem to get out a single word. Vistenzia Viat has been executed as a traitor to the Imperium. Her accomplices must be found and put to death immediately. Oh no. Heresy! Heresy on Janus? The secretary makes a protective gesture over himself. May the God Emperor watch over us. Whatever the governor did, I had no knowledge of it. We will root out those who colluded with her right away. The secretary begins to speak, but thinks better of it. Instead, chooses to step aside and bow his head as you pass.
Let's see this through.
We got our first world! And we got our Eldar waifu. Also, really good sniper character. Just honestly, that before the waifu part. Really good sniper character. Return to the void ship. Check a few extra things. We now have control over the granaries of Janus. The promise to help given to the liege of Footfall, Vladim Tokara, can now be fulfilled, should the rogue trader so desire. Yes, we will do that. The inhabitants of Footfall Station will praise the rogue trader who spared them the painful choice between starvation and succumbing to the reign of Incendia... son of a bitch, Corda. To welcome the new rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus planetary office brought to the ship an offering of several versatile micro-combines. Ancient machines whose carcasses have been found on Janus and carefully restored. The Sacred Steel Titans will serve the Von Valancius dynasty. And we get our first actual colony projects. So we can either have chem princes. Many planetary aristocrats have stained themselves with incompetence and lost their titles. A new nobility of chem princes will be created out of the subjects who prove capable in science and governance. Those who succeed in wisely blah 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 blah. We get basically special flashbangs. Blinded, slowed, and disturbed. Honestly, that actually could be good. But I want a Starblight. I want this. Rifle inflicts fatigued and slow on the target. Giving this to Yerlit will be great. I'm taking this one, Starblight. Gives us profit factor, gives us a complacency. Plus we get a bit of Xenotech and provisions. Yeah, in the days of the mutiny, many among Janus's pampered nobility fled the planet. They are to be replaced with more enterprising servants. A small but ambitious Ultraquester syndicate belonging to the Kasbalika mission has contacted the Road Trader with a lowly request to entrust the government of Janus to them. With Vladim Tokara pushing all of his competitors out of the cold trade, the Ultraquesters are hoping to change their line of business and become dignified aristocrats serving the House Von Valancius. And then that will keep going as we, do movements on this. As we do movements, basically, those things will build. And technically, we could sit there and just pass, make one safe passage, and then just pass back and forth until we get access to that. Not going to be doing that, but that is something we could do. Until then, Yerliot. Let me see here. Nothing. Okay. Understandable. Understandable. Nope, nope, nope. I was wrong in thinking. Instead of tech use. Oh, I might actually put those strength grippers on. I don't do attacks of opportunity a lot of the time. Plus 10 to strength means plus basically 1 more damage. And then you. Reduces the recoil of all automatic weapons. So, your modified bolter has less recoil. Which means better accuracy, if I remember correctly. let's add thing. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No, no, no. Son of a bitch. Add that to cargo. Add that to cargo. Bolt pistol. Don't need it. Add that to cargo. Add the knives to cargo. Last pistols. Don't need those. Solid projectile weapons have an increased over penetration. No, thank you. Don't need that. Auto pistol, don't need that. Standard bolter, don't need that. Keep the shuriken catapult for now. Hot shot lasgun. I just want to keep it for aesthetic reasons. Scrappy lasgun, keep that for aesthetic reasons. Those 18 can go in. Multi-melta, keep that. You never know when you might need a multi-melta. Or not, it's not a multi-melta, it's just a melta-gun. It's a shotgun. It's an energy shotgun. And I know you have melta weapon proficiency, so if I wanted to trade your plasma gun for a melta gun, that's what I would do. But I do know that when I get to my the Mechanicum world, I get a special, I can find a special named meltagun, which would be useful. Armors, don't need that one. Does anybody need Enforcer like Carapace? Maybe you. Takes away the dodge penalty. Carapace chestplate. Athari Ranger armor. She already has that, right? Yeah. Stuff, we don't need to mess with it. Grenades, put those in the fucking thing, because we don't need grenades, because we barely use this shit, because we prefer to just shoot. Good. For now, we'll just put that on her on the fucking secondary, just to keep it there. I mean, there's no way she's gonna want to use a fucking rapid fire weapon instead of fucking sniper. She is a sniper. That is her thing. Keep forgetting that shit. So tranquilities of the warp jump have disturbed by reports of frightening sounds and visions that descend upon the crew. Hundreds of people reported knocking and screaming behind the bulkheads of the void vessel. The sounds of nails scratching against the hull and the elongated Eldari-like shadows thrashing along the long passageways. The phenomenon were most prominent in the far corners of the officer deck, where the new Lord Captain's companion named Yirliet had made her home. My apologies, Lord Captain. The Enforcers report that your pet Eldari is in a foul mood and is moving towards the Captain's bridge. We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect you'll have a difficult conversation ahead of you. We're heading back down because when we come back to this, we're going to be starting from the bottom and going to the different locations. We are hitting side areas first because that gives us more experience, more items, more inventory. And that brings us closer to doing, like, the DLC missions and shit. But first, let's talk to Yirliet. She seems to be having some trouble. It's probably because, you know, we're moving through the warp. And that means that, you know, Slanesh is probably looking at her going, I could eat you. I mean, I doubt Slanesh is actively looking at her going, I could eat you, but, like, it's
Please
there.
Spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantok.
Yeah, what do you need?
Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures?
Don't like that.
And still,
but you still need... You still have time to learn.
One monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted... Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
And here's where the issue lies with her things. You cannot be horny. Do not be horny with her. That is not good. She does not like the horny. So instead, respect it. She is not of the horny. Respect it. My people have behaved contemptibly, and I apologize for it.
I accept your words, Elantok. And still, try to imagine, Elantok, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
I understand that this incident was unpleasant for you, but it does not mean that all humans are animals.
No. Your kind, simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws. Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin. But everything has its limit.
I do not think you fully understand humans' thoughts and actions. It will take time, but I can help you make sense of them.
I have walked the path of awakening, Elantok, and learned to see that which is hidden, and hear that which is unspoken. When I found myself on the Lilithon, I watched your kind long enough to understand the true nature of Monkey. I do not think you can tell me anything I do not already know. Nevertheless, I will not protest. Conversations with you are the only thing on this ship that can ease my solitude.
You are a Xenos, a strange and unknown creature. And humans try to strive to understand the unknown. For the unknown is the most frightening thing of all.
Had any of them wished to understand my nature, they would have already run away in fear from one who walks the path of the outcast. But they are just trying to provoke me, hurt me. No. Monkey are driven by their instincts. To survive, to breed, to ensure the preservation of their species and the annihilation of those who threaten them. It is neither good nor bad. It simply is.
Sometimes we struggle to understand the motives behind our own actions.
It was emotions that once brought down my kind, Elantok, toppling us from our pedestal as rulers of the galaxy. Indulging your weaknesses or whims does not make your species any more attractive.
All humans are different. My people's interest in you was not intended to be an insult.
Elantok, please understand that I do not find Monkey attractive. The mere thought of being intimate with one of your kind. Our conversation has only proved my point, Elentok. That Monkey and the children of Azurian are as different as night and day. Eldari do not simply see the world differently. They see more than any monkey can ever comprehend.
And what do you see in the world around us that I do not?
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer? I will need time to put the entire truth of this world into the meager language to which your ears are accustomed. When I find my answer, I will pay you a visit.
She just got to get used to us. She got to get a. She is kind of, you know, arrogance, but that is Eldar, and like people coming into people that they don't fully know. Yes, you're gonna be arrogant and shit. Unless you're like a special person like me, who is, because I am in control, I can be non-arrogant because I can make myself non-arrogant. Haha! At least in some aspects. I am arrogant about my non-arrogance. Huzzah! I am the least arrogant person in the 40k universe. Anyways. I think I need to take some time away. I need to eat a little bit, drink a little bit, go to bed. Relax. Because I have work tomorrow. It's been almost 7 hours. Decent time streaming. I need to try to keep this up. This I feel is good. Let's find somebody to raid. My next stream should be Thursday. Let's see who is on right now. Mary, St. Celestia, blah, 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 Bonicula. Bonicula's on. Yeah, let's raid Bonicula. It's been a while. So anyways, yeah, next stream will be Thursday. I have the day off. So after we do standard, you know, grocery shopping, shit like that, because it's payday for me. Yeah, stream more of this, because I want to continue this. I want to fight the Gene Stealer cult. They're fun. I like the Gene Stealer cult. That was actually one of the armies that I wanted to make just because they were an interesting aesthetic. But God, I don't have the money for that shit. I want to make like 4 different armies, but I don't have the money for it. Anyways, we're going to be raiding Bonicula. She's amazing. Have fun, be nice, be cool, be kind. See y'all next time. And remember, I am the rogue trader, Kulkrok von Valancius. Don't tempt me.